Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why I'm live streaming here today. I mean, I thought we were done with all the severe weather. And we don't really have a big tornado risk here today. But then I saw, and I'm not joking when I say this, then I saw apple-sized hail possible in the severe thunderstorm watch. And that's when I looked at myself and said, well, great. As if we needed apple-sized hail here. Crazy. So, I'm gonna update this all here for you all. I'm also gonna try and create a, what's his face? Can't remember what I call it. I was gonna create a multi-live camera thing to show for everyone so that we'd be able to see what all is happening. But I saw apple-sized hail, and I just went, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
And so, that's what we're going to be covering here today. Now, real quickly, I'm actually going to turn this off here real quickly. And I know it looks pretty bad right now, but, you know, it is what it is. We actually have a severe storm here that's probably going to be the only tornadic cell of the day. Probably the only tornadic cell of the day. And, you know, we might as well cover it. We might as well cover all the other storms that could produce, as I said, apple-sized hail. You know, that's a lot of damage. So, we're going to try and do all we can with this storm. So, here's the severe thunderstorm warning in question that has the tornadic rotation. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Woodruff, Prairie, Monroe, and White counties. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can see the little hook right here that we would look for, the rain that's wrapping around to form this kind of hook characteristic, the inflow coming in unimpeded near Howell. So right about here is where the tornado most likely could be if there was a tornado to be on the ground, but it's not tornado warned, so it's probably not on the ground. That's just more or less something to where that's where the tornadic rotation would be. There's also a lot of hail near this as well. You can see right along near where the tornadic rotation would be, where I circled. There's a lot of hail. The maximum expected hail size actually saying 1 inch, 1 1/4 inch size hail. So yeah, a lot of activity here from these storms here that will most likely start to fire off. So we're really gonna have to watch out for this as time continues. You know what? I'm actually going to move Jackson's radar over here to, like, say, Central Texas, something like that. As my radar dies. That's nice. Yeah, Newton's apple. At this point, gravity's carrying Newton's apple, and it's just saying, you know what? It's time to live stream. And that's when I gave in. What do I think about Austin, Texas? Yeah, Austin could potentially get some storms to form here relatively soon. But, you know, we got some stuff that's popping off across the board here. So, yeah, a lot of hail. A lot of hail with this storm. With these storms across the board. Eli Moore with the $5 super chat says, what type of radar do you use to find hail using radar scope? That isn't on radar scope. It's exclusive to GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst, I believe, is one of the only products that can actually get you maximum expected hail size. There is WSV3 as well, but you've got a lot of, you know, you don't have a lot of products that give you maximum expected hail size. So that's the only thing about radar scope and radar omega that doesn't help a whole lot. It just, you know, gives you an idea as to what all is happening. Del Rio, Texas. Well, there isn't anything over in Del Rio, Texas right now. Your guys' risk is tomorrow. Tomorrow, Del Rio, Texas gets a lot of stuff. As of right now, Del Rio, Texas is pretty good. You guys should be fine. You guys should be all right. Actually, I'm gonna put Radar Omega down here. Yeah, no, as I said, I wasn't really planning on live streaming here today. But we got, like, a severe thunderstorm watch for the entire area that we gotta watch out for. I'm gonna actually turn off categorical outlook. So you guys can actually see these pink boxes right here are the tornado watches. And so, well, not tornado watches, severe thunderstorm watches. My God, my brain is melting right in front of me. But yeah, a bunch of severe thunderstorm watches around here. And most of these, if we click on the box here, I know you guys might not be able to read it. But hail up to 3 inches, wind gusts up to 60 knots, which is pretty crazy. So, will there be anything in Atlanta? No, not today. Not today. Not today, I don't think. Yeah, a lot of people just started following me here on Twitter. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's go back to Little Rock here. As I said, a lot of hail, a lot of activity for the most part. These storms are really starting to consolidate. New mesoscale discussion with a watch probability of 5%. For whatever reason, I don't know why they issue those things, but you know, it is what it is. Let's move our radar over here to Memphis, and you can see this line is starting to consolidate across the board. I mean, look at this. Look at this line right here. Line of storms. Massive line of storms that are just kind of pushing on through. So definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as time continues to unfold, but a lot of activity here, to say the least. You live in, well, first off, Eli Moore with the $5 super chat says, I live in South Haven, Mississippi, in northwestern Mississippi, so can you give me updates as to when the storms move through? Yeah, 100%. So, real quickly, we'll track these storms out for you, and it looks like in about a half an hour is when stuff will really start to approach these areas, especially Memphis. So we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. 100%. If there are people in my Discord server, what I want you guys to do here for me, if you're not in my Discord server, first off, you should join it. It's an amazing place, full of amazing people, and I own it. We have over 1,050 people in it. So, I highly recommend you guys join it. Link will be in the chat here. But if you are in my Discord server already, could you guys do me a favor? Try and find sky cams of either Memphis or Shreveport. Memphis or Shreveport for these storms. That would be greatly appreciated. So that way I can kind of just put it up here. Because Shreveport's going to get these storms and knock on the door here real quickly. And then Memphis is about to get these storms. I know there's a camera of the pyramid somewhere. I know there is. But I just, at the moment, do not have a whole lot. So there you go. There's the link for a Discord server. Go into off-topic chat and post links of sky cams. And I'll even put it in my off topic here. Memphis, Tennessee, and Shreveport, Louisiana. So that would be greatly appreciated for the most part. So yeah, a lot of these storms here that are approaching the Memphis area. You also have more storms that are going to be heading off towards Shreveport here soon. You can actually see here Shreveport, and there's a lot of storms that's just south of Tyler and Longview. That's near Nacogdoches and Jacksonville, and that'll be moving off towards Shreveport here soon. So that's the reason why I'm trying to, you know, find areas that have some pretty decent sky cameras for us to watch. If you know what I mean. Can I check Alabama? Well, if we go over to the convective outlook here today, we can see that northwestern parts of Alabama is in the slight risk, but that'll be most likely towards like the latter stages of the event. So the main area is in this orange, this 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, which that's what we're dealing with here today, guys. You can see here that across this area you have your 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, and your 3 out of 5 in the orange. And areas in the orange is where you're going to see the largest amounts of hail and wind. So definitely a lot of activity here, to say the least. Someone asked about Jacksonville, Texas. I actually just mentioned Jacksonville. So Jacksonville is right outside of a severe thunderstorm warning. But this cell in itself is producing some larger amounts of hail and upwards of 1 inch. Could definitely be larger. So I would highly recommend just staying indoors, because you don't want large hail, stuff like that, to really impact you all. That's just my honest opinion of it, though. Let's see, someone sent me... Continue without disabling. This is not helping. I don't see... There you go. Close enough. Someone asked about Lufkin, Texas. Lufkin, Texas is just a little bit to the south of most of these storms. I could fully anticipate you all to get some more activity later on tonight. Large hail. So really gonna have to watch out for this. William Frog is down as a storm chaser. What did he do? What radar do I recommend? So if you're a you know, an everyday person who just want to see what the weather is and stuff like that, I recommend either Radar Omega. You have to set up an account and stuff like that, but Radar Omega is fine. And either that or a radar scope. Either two. They cost about $10, but it's going to be the best investment that you make in regards to weather. Because if you just try and get like a free app, it's just going to show you the radar, and you won't be able to see all sorts of stuff that are like specifics and stuff. And we all, you know, everyone wants to look for specifics here. They all want to know what is exactly happening, and if you purchase those radars, you'll get that 100%. He ran into a tornado and his live went out, but there wasn't a tornado here today. We had one report of a tornado, but I am pretty skeptical. Sorry for the anime picture, but I don't really care. I'm pretty skeptical of this so-called rain-wrapped tornado here. This is William Frog right here. So it's what? That storm right here. Not all too intense velocities. Which there's the new velocity scan that just came in, and it just weakened exponentially. So pretty bleh, if I do say so myself. You know what I mean? But yeah, I wouldn't have to say that I wouldn't say that this was a tornado. Or at least that's what I think is happening right now. That's what I think is ongoing. There's the cell down here in Camden that's looking pretty impressive. Hold up. What is this thing doing? Well, it got rooted into the atmosphere, so there's a supercell here. That is a supercell. Looking up 8,000 feet up in the sky, so we can't tell anything. If we take... I know taking a 3D this high is pretty risky. The good news about the supercell is that it actually is fanning into the right direction, so I don't think it's rain-wrapped. At least I wouldn't say it is rain-wrapped completely. You definitely have a lot of rain around the actual hook. I will say that much. So it might actually be like slightly rain-wrapped. So there's quite a bit of activity with this. Let's take a look at spectrum width. Can't see any sort of forcing down towards the ground, so I can't really call this something tornadic at the moment. Really can't. I really can't. Just watch Timmer if you want to watch a Chasey's live. I mean, it easily could. Not gonna lie. That's not helping. I'm trying to find some web cameras here. Earth camera. That's Graceland, so it's not helping. Yeah, I do not have a whole lot of cameras here. Any NATOs? Not today so far. We had a report of one, but I'm pretty skeptical of it. I'm not gonna lie. Very skeptical. Yeah, most of these storms here today have been relatively lackluster. Which that's the type of mode here we are expecting today. We are not going to get tornadoes off of this. We are most likely going to get large hail off of it. But these storms are now approaching Memphis, and we 100% have to watch out for this. Missouri's not in the risk anymore, so that's the good news. Something in my eye. Something's always been in my eye, and it's annoying. It is really annoying. Why do I have multiple Twitter things up? There we go. Satellites starting to pop off across the board. What are these storms here in northern Missouri? Let's go to Memphis again. Or northern Mississippi, I should say. Yeah, no, there's a lot of storms here in northern Mississippi. Not a whole lot of activity. I'll say that much. I'm gonna actually use Fort Polk's radar as a kind of universal radar to float through. Yeah, there's a lot of scattered storms. It's nothing really all too interesting. It's just gonna be these hailers again. Prefrontal convection. Pre-crap, if you will. It's not really a whole lot to be talking about with this. I'm gonna go over here to the current watches, if you will. And we're gonna do this. Which, by the way, this is what I was talking about when I said apple-sized hail. Very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter, likely. Notice how they said likely, not possible. They said likely. As soon as I saw that, I said... That's what I really said. I said, you know, it just... apple-sized hail, I'm just gonna back away now. Yeah, Camden, Arkansas is the only thing that has like a cell that's remotely supercellular, but it's just like not tornadic whatsoever. No upper level rotation. It's just kind of there, and it exists. Any straight line winds with the line of storms? Yeah, but it'll be a hail threat. Bigger than the wind threat. William Frog's gonna be fine. There wasn't a tornado with him. You guys also have to consider that there could be no cell service down there too. That's what happened with Jeff Petrowski the one time. Everyone thought he was dead when he was chasing Hurricane Harvey, and really his phone was just dead. So, you can't exactly assume these things. You really can't assume these things. Yeah, large hail. Let's see, that's 153? Jeez. Omen with the $2 super chat says, Day 5 donations. Hey Nate, how's it going? Southern Arkansas. First off, Omen, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. And my day's been going all right. I wasn't anticipating live streaming here today, but you know, here I am. And then a tornado or two possible. Boom. Okay, so we fixed everything. For the most part. I'm gonna fix, do all that. Oh my goodness. So many commas that I have to put in. So many places that are under a severe thunderstorm watch. And we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. File, save. Watches and stuff has now been updated. There we go. We have the severe thunderstorm watch fixed down below. There we go. Any chances for severe weather tonight in Kentucky? Yeah, there is the potential, but it's it'd be very marginal for the most part. We'll go back to the convective outlook here. So here's your convective outlook. 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and extreme western parts of West Virginia. That'll be more or less a wind and hail, well, just actually a wind threat according to this. Which, to be honest, that makes a lot more sense. Not a whole lot of energy up to the top, but there still is something. But there we go. Everything has been fixed. And should be all good there for the most part. If we go back to Memphis, there's a report of a funnel cloud with this. So William Frog does still exist. So for all the people who said that William Frog died, you guys need to quit it. Because he just reported something here. See, I told you, it's all just skeptical thinking. He just reported a funnel cloud right here. Don't do that again. Not nice. It's a time lapse. Doesn't help. That's a country club. It's in Illinois. Bro, some of these areas aren't even... Oh, look at that. No, that's a time lapse as well. Bro, can I just... I hate this. Let's see. Yeah, no, I'm trying to find live cameras here for these areas, but unfortunately it seems as if Memphis does not have any for this type of city that it is. Which I don't understand why they don't have live cameras, especially of the pyramid that they have down there. They have a large pyramid and they don't have a live camera of that? It's kind of hard to believe. You know, here's the pyramid. The glass pyramid of the Bass Pro Shop, whatever. They don't have a live... I'm positive they have a live camera of that. Can anyone find me like a live camera or something like that? Put it in my chat. And no time lapses, because time lapses are kind of stupid. X-Files start playing. Yeah, I know, right? Is this gonna work? Hope it does. Looks like it's only pictures. Which, if that's the case, that's not helping. I don't know. I can't. Any projected for Tennessee Valley area? I mean, yeah, overnight tonight. There's a lot of storms that are starting to surge on through here. There's actually a storm up here near Rivervale that's starting to kind of ramp up a little bit. So there is the potential for some severe weather, I guess. And severe weather going to Huntsville, Alabama, probably tomorrow. Tomorrow is probably the better chance for the better shot for severe weather, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I'd have to say tomorrow, more or less, is your threat. I just took a look at something over there on the side. Here's your threat for severe weather tomorrow. General thunderstorm risk here for the most part. So you guys have the potential for something. But it's leaning more or less to where it's going to be a overnight event into tomorrow. Because you guys can see how the worst is here towards Arkansas and Louisiana and Texas. What about East Tennessee? Yeah, it's the same thing. Overnight into tomorrow. Overnight into tomorrow is when you guys could start seeing some things. So, let's actually take a look at the models here. We will use Deep South. Is that the best way to describe it? Yeah, Deep South is probably the best way. Deep South knows the way. Here we go. All right, so same old, guys. If you want to look over to the left-hand side, that's the timings for everyone in Eastern. So you're gonna have to subtract it by 1 hour to get Central Daylight Time. But lot of stuff here for the most part as this continues to move on through. As you can see here at the beginning of the radar, I mean, there's just a bunch of rain across the board. Strong thunderstorms more or less here in Arkansas. But these lines of storms will continue to surge on through into Tennessee. And you can see how this really consolidates into a really messy line. And we'll start to head into Mississippi and Alabama here. At around the 8:30 hours, right around that time frame. And then when it really starts to move on through, then it'll start to form into a consolidated line all the way overnight. But by then, it's really going to kind of die out. I'd have to say that much. So... Externus, what's up? How do? But yeah, that's really what it's looking like here. Just some gusty winds that'll be more or less after, into the afternoon hours. You don't know where Mobile, Alabama is, and you're scared? Well, luckily for you, Mobile, Alabama is right here. And these thunderstorms are over here. So that's where Mobile, Alabama is, and as this continues to move on through, you can see that this won't impact you today, but it could impact you tomorrow. So this is the end of the model run, but this is around 3 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the morning. But this doesn't really seem all too significant in my honest opinion, so I think it'll be really, more or less kind of a widespread severe weather. Oh, a widespread, non-significant severe weather event. If you know what I mean. Got plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. A plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings. How would Spring Hill, Tennessee be tonight? You guys could get some stuff later on. Yeah, probably towards the evening into the overnight hours. That's when I'd have to say. Because you can see how these storms have really just kind of formed into a consolidated line. We'll even play the loop here as this approaches Memphis. Which, by the way, I still don't know where... Like, I'm positive Memphis has a sky cam of the pyramid, right? I'm not crazy in thinking that. So... I don't know. I just... Apparently, it's eluded me. We are 17 subscribers away from 10,900. We are 117 subscribers away from 11,000 subscribers, which is pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie. So if you guys do enjoy the content, please be sure to subscribe, because I do live analysis for severe weather whenever it gets bad. I gotta admit, I was half and half on live streaming today, because today doesn't look all too significant, but then I saw the potential for apple-sized hail, and I said, well, okay then, I guess we're just going to have to watch out across the board here. That's basically what we're gonna have to do at this point. Bunch of storms here that are starting to fire off near Waco along I-35. So, even more storms behind this as this continues to move on through. But, yeah, I'm checking at the cell here near Camden. Nothing too interesting. Does Camden have a CC? No, we're looking too high up. We can't see a CC. Check your beam height. Check your beam height. Because you'll be able to see how high you're looking up. And unless if you have like a significant tornado, you won't be able to see something like that. And it appears we don't have a significant tornado. So doesn't seem to be all too possible. Georgia here, scattered storms starting tomorrow. Yep, you guys are not getting apple-sized hail. Doesn't seem as if you guys will get apple-sized hail. My phone is going off, doing its own thing. I don't know why my phone loves to do all that. I'm just gonna actually put it on mute. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on mute. That way I'll be fine. D heavy metal, you're not. You exist there. You are not invisible. Let's go back to northwestern Arkansas here real quickly. The Pyramid of Memphis is actually a pro bass shop. Well, yeah, I know that. But, like, I swear I've seen a live camera of that somewhere. You know what I mean? It's not from the pro bass shop itself. I don't think they have the live camera. And if they do, well then, you know, I'm not exactly the brightest bulb in the world. Pro Bass Shop Live Camera Memphis. Yeah, I don't see anything there. Farmer Matt, see ya. Good night. Enjoy yourself in the UK. What about Bartow County? Bartow County, let's see. I'm gonna try and look it up here. I've got so many tabs open, it's not even funny. Then again, it is what it is. Bartow County in what? Georgia? If it's in Georgia, you guys aren't gonna get impacted here today. Georgia's tomorrow. Alright. Bass Pro, not Pro Bass. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of severe storms that are kind of just firing off on all cylinders here. I'll say that much. Alright, I think the best move for us now is to look at traffic cameras and hope for the best in that regard. So, we're going to go to Tennessee traffic cameras T-Dot. Don't care. Feature, I want traffic cameras. Boom. So, are we, we're looking east there. It's looking west. Where is this looking? Is this looking north? I can't tell. Tornado warning in Arkansas? Oh boy. Oh, so that's on the cell that's down there. Okay. Well, we got a new tornado warning here. This is a tornado warning for Lee and St. Francis counties here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And not only is the storm creating some chances for tornado, it also is causing some spotty hail here too. So if you guys live near Palestine, Goodwin, areas down to Haynes, Felton, and Mariana, I'd highly recommend that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Just getting some timings here for you all. This will be crossing near the Haynes and the Felton areas in about, say, 30 minutes. Maybe a little bit less than that, about 25 minutes actually. So if you guys live over there, you have a little bit of time, but not too much time here. So I'd highly recommend that you guys take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So yeah, as I said, we have a tornado warning here. This is in effect until the top of the hour for Lee and St. Francis counties here in Arkansas. And the velocities have actually tightened up a little bit. You can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle, where the brightest greens and reds are, right about here, is where the tornadic rotation would be. If this thing was on the ground, I do not see a spectrum width drop, so it's not exactly all too organized. I do not see a debris signature at all. But we still have some a tight velocity here, right within this storm. And so we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But one thing that I am noticing here is that obviously, first off, this does look tornadic here according on presentation for the most part. But the thing of it is that this storm is kind of just merged with a couple other storms. So it's really a bunch of, it really just kind of smacked into each other and hoped for the best for the most part. But you can see the hook right within here and how it wraps around, the inflow would be right within here. So right where the inflow and the hook meets, right in this general vicinity, is where the tornado would actually be. And you have a lot of hail with this too. A lot of rain with this as well. The KDP, which just measures the amount of rain that's falling within a specific area. And so there's a lot of activity. Guys, just because you spam 3D doesn't mean that I will do it. Alright, there's just... I'll do it anyways, but don't spam. Alright, that's just not how you get me to do things. It's gonna make me want to do it even less. So, please do not spam. But yeah, it's a lot of activity here for the most part. We'll do your 3D that you guys want me to do. Here's your 3D of the storm. Go to the lit volume. And can't exactly say a whole lot, so I'm gonna zoom out a bit more. Mods, you have my permission to time people out if they spam like that again, because that's just not the way to go, in my honest opinion. By the way, I'm probably gonna open mod applications for YouTube on Discord here soon. I know there's a lot of people that could be that there are active and stuff like that, but there's just, you know, I know people have lives and stuff like that, but whenever people are on, you know, I'd like some extra help. Because I know my current mods are getting overrun right now, and it's kind of crazy. So just by looking at this 3D here, we can definitely see the, you can definitely see the inflow notch right within this. This is how the storm feeds itself into the, feeds it, continues to gain more and more energy. So right within about here is where it would be, right in this nook or cranny, maybe this cave, if you will, the crevice. And so this is how energy feeds into the supercell and allows it to grow and sustain. And so definitely a lot of activity here for the most part within this storm. And we need to be mindful of it because it still looks somewhat tornadic. The velocities have indeed weakened significantly. So it's really just kind of... really kind of just depleted a bit. What program do I use for 3D? This is a GR2 Analyst. It's a really good product, in my honest opinion. I like it a lot. Yeah, I've been checking New Mexico on my spare time. I know there's a storm out here in New Mexico that's looking pretty interesting, but I don't think it's doing a whole lot. It's cold coring, but it has some, it's looking interesting for the most part. It has a little bit of rotation on it, but we're just looking so high up in the sky. Let's see. So if I can, yeah, that's the only thing. I can't actually tell how high up in the sky we're looking at with Radar Omega. I'd love to be able to, but... will Arkansas storms be eventually heading into Kentucky? Most likely. This is in extreme eastern parts of Arkansas here. So places like Jonesboro, Searcy, Batesville, further off towards Fort Smith. You guys are out of the risk here. You guys are very much so out of the risk. Bentonville, Fayetteville. Areas north of Texarkana, so like Hot Springs and Russellville, you guys are like out of the risks for the most part. But yeah. Hello from Tokyo. Is that Tokyo? That's pretty cool. I actually want to travel to Tokyo one of these days. I want to travel a lot of places. Yeah, GR2 Analyst is expensive, but in my honest opinion, it's the best product out there, I'd have to say. I am going to, I know I said I would never do this, but I'm probably going to experiment with WSV3 here soon. I'm probably going to experiment with WSV3 here within the next couple of days. Just purchase it. See if I get another opinion of it here pretty soon. I've been getting a lot of support in the channel, a lot of donations, a lot of revenue and stuff like that. And I said that my money that I get on YouTube, I'm putting it back into either the live stream or the stuff that I do here with weather. So what I've done so far, all right? What I've done so far is I've bought myself a weather station for myself for my house. That way I can keep this up to date. Which, by the way, Original Kevin97 with the $5 super chat says, imagine telling a streamer what they should do. Couldn't be me. I know, right? Like, you know, only so much I can do here. But, yeah. WSV3 is really laggy. Well, the only thing about it is that I have a 24-core processor, so I'm pretty sure the lag won't exist under my computer. So I think I'll be all right in regards to my own thing. I'll definitely need to purchase another graphics card if I really want some more computers and stuff, or more monitors and stuff like that, but a lot of activity here, to say the least. No tornado possible with that cell in New Mexico, so it should be fine. Should be fine. But yeah, we still have this tornado warning here. This is heading off into the general vicinity of Haines and Felton and Mariana, as well as Brickies. So if you live over here, you guys really need to stay indoors. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is just to the south of Interstate 40, so if you know anyone who lives south of Interstate 40 and east of Brinkley, as well as south and east of Brinkley, so like areas near Mariana, I'd highly recommend telling them to take their proper precautions. I'm going to try and get my shape files here again. So let's see, this is Memphis. So we're going to want Arkansas. Arkansas is to be open. We're going to import our roads here. Alright, we got Arkansas in here. Now we need Tennessee. When is it actually going to feel like May in the Mid-Atlantic? You know, if I could ask Mother Nature, that would be great, because I actually want to know, since I do live here as well. But they kind of just have a mind of their own, you know what I mean? But honestly, I think it'll start feeling like May towards the end of the month. And I know that's not what most of you wanted to hear, but we're kind of in a really weird pattern right now. But it looks like it's going to start coming back to normal here relatively soon. Almost done configuring this, everyone. Almost done. Bear with me. I got to do the last road network here, which is Tennessee. Any reports of large hail within that tornado warning? It had a history of producing golf ball sized hail. But that was like way back. It was way back. So there we go. Okay, we got all the roads that we need here for Tennessee, Arkansas. Probably should have included Missouri, but I don't really care about that a whole lot right now. Probably add that a little bit later. Imagine having a GTX 1660. See, I don't have a 1660. I have a RTX 2060. But I probably could just get another graphics card just to have two graphics cards. You know what I mean? And it would have to be better than a 2060, because a 2060 isn't really going to pair well with a 24-core Threadripper. You know what I mean? We're getting reports of hail and Bearden. Quarter-sized hail now. So, this is when it's really starting to ramp up, more or less. A lot of these storms that are producing widespread hail. A lot of widespread hail here. And definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for. Can I wave to the Netherlands? Sure, Jolanda. Here. Hello. Oh, I knocked over my lemonade can. Unfortunate. Can I take a 3D? It would help a lot. I just took a 3D. Let's take a look at some of these other storms besides this tornado warning. 'Cause there's a lot of activity that's just not just located here in Arkansas. Let's go over to Shreveport's radar. Take a look at some of these other storms here. Sean Martin with the $5 super chat says, thank you for taking the time to cover all these severe weather events. No problem. Thank you for coming in and tuning in. And I appreciate you for the $5 super chat. That is really greatly appreciated. I appreciate everyone here. No, we're 2 subscribers away from 10,900 subscribers. The fact that we've gotten this high is absolutely amazing. So you guys are absolutely insane as to what all you have provided for me. And I can't thank you all enough. So as I said, all the money that I get goes straight back into the live stream. As I said, I'm going to be testing out WSV3 here soon. I want to actually see if I can customize a few things. And if I can customize things on WSV3, then I might actually use that with GR2 Analyst. But there's just a lot of activity here for the most part. And I got to respond accordingly. Gotta respond accordingly. So there's a lot of storms here in Texas for the most part. There's actually a storm here near Nacogdoches heading towards San Augustine. So we gotta watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Gabby with the $5 super chat with the emote that says keep it up. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the donation there. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, there's still a lot of storms here. So if you're near like Chireno, if you're near like San Augustine, near Melrose and Martinsville, I highly recommend watching out for this storm. It already had reports of nickel-sized hail before, so we could get up to quarters, but it doesn't seem all too significant as of right now. So that's the good news. You could picture Pikachu-sized hail. That would be some big hailstones. I know, right? Can you imagine if even the Pikachu-sized hail shot electric shocks? Like it just had a thunderbolt every single time? Electro ball. Can't exactly say Iron Tail because it's not exactly made out of iron. The hailstones, but is GR2 Analyst better than WSV3 or the other way around? They have their perks. I favor GR2 Analyst more than a WSV3, mainly because GR2 Analyst, you can customize so many things with it, and you don't have to pay a monthly subscription and stuff like that. Plus, you can do 3Ds. 3Ds of these storms, so there isn't really a whole lot more to be said about it besides, you know, GR2 Analyst has 3D and The other does not. Does anyone have a CC drop on the Texas storm? I don't have a CC drop on it because there's no velocities with it. None of this looks really tornadic. The way that I can tell that it's not exactly tornadic is because you can kind of see these little loops right here. So you can see how it's kind of, it curls in the velocities right here. This indicates that there's a lot of strong gusty winds right within this general vicinity. A lot of surging winds right behind this line. A lot of surging winds right within here. You can see the same exact thing right in these general vicinities. So a lot of surging winds right within that general vicinity. So that's the reason why I'm saying it's not exactly tornadic at the moment. It's really messy, I'll say that much, but I don't see a whole lot of activity from those storms by any stretch of the imagination. I'm gonna move this over. Yeah, I'm gonna move this radar over here to Dallas. Big spectrum width drop? You mean a big spectrum width ball? It doesn't exactly drop, it goes up. You know what I mean? In regards to the Nacogdoches cell, as I said, a lot of strong gusty winds. It measures turbulence. It doesn't measure tornadoes, all right? It can measure tornadoes, but you have to know what you're looking for in order to imply that it is looking for tornadoes. Call out 9 plays. What's up? Welcome to the live stream. How do you become a member? I believe there was a link in the chat to where you could. Let's see if I can find it here. I only do this when people ask. All right. I'm not gonna say, hey, sponsor the live stream. Yada, yada, yada. Because I feel like that's kind of stupid, in my honest opinion. I mean, if you want to get special perks, if you want to support the live stream, you can, but I'm not going to be, you know, the type of person to say, hey, get me money. You know, that's just, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair for me to say, hey, you know, I'm doing a service to you all, pay me by giving me money. No, that's stupid. That's just stupid in my honest opinion. Which is the reason why I don't, you know, the things that help me out the most is when people subscribe and when people like the live stream. That's the best way to help me. But if you want to support the channel with all the money and stuff like that, go right ahead. Link is in the chat if you want to be a sponsor. You'll have special emotes and stuff like that. All the emotes are in chat right there. You also get shouted out at the end of live streams. Well, not at the end of live streams, the end of videos, and you get shouted out in live streams with like the scroll text down below. But I don't have it up right now because I'm not exactly all too prepared at the moment. But yeah. That's hilarious. I gotta save that. Hold up. I'm sorry. That's just an amazing picture. Yes, this is dangerous. It was just a link to my channel? I thought it was a link to my membership thing. It was a link to my channel, wasn't it? That doesn't... I am so confused as to why my links are not working all of a sudden. Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. I'll fix this here in a second. I got the merchandise thing set up. You lit. Holy crap. That's crazy. Invite viewers to join your channel. Yeah, let me copy this. There we go. All right, new link is in the chat right there for the people who want to be a member. There you go. So that's what it is. That's the link that you guys need to be a sponsor. New flash flood warning issued for areas near Nacogdoches and Alto. So just to the south of Jacksonville and Rusk. A lot of rain that's been falling through this area. Lot of stuff, lot of rain. But it doesn't exactly seem all too significant here at the moment. So that's the good news. Let's, there's a lot of scud. Let's take a look back at these cells here by Little Rock. This line is really depleted here, guys. Look at this. Notice how prominent it was for the most part here within this main original line. Actually, it was severe for time being, and then it just kind of died out. This is kind of the reason why I didn't want to live stream here today. Am I seeing an outflow boundary south of Jackson, Tennessee? Let's take a look at Memphis's radar here. I don't see an outflow boundary. This is a lot of prefrontal convection right here. But I don't see an outflow boundary. How do you use the free trial for GR2 Analyst? You download the program in itself. You can download the program without entering your credit card information, stuff like that to purchase it, which is the best part about GR2 Analyst is that you actually don't have to pay for, you don't actually have to enter any sort of credit card information to get the free trial. So if you wanted to play around with the free trial, you could. But New Mexico storm. I don't think that storm in New Mexico is impacting a lot of people. But this is looking pretty interesting, I will say that much. No tornado possible on this, so I won't cover it unless if it probably has it, but nah. Should be fine. I think this cell more or less has a lot of inflow, so we can't exactly say a whole lot on it. I think it's fine. Download the file, but it didn't work? What do you mean? 70-degree dew points over here. Sheesh! In Texas. Alright, let's take a look at the New Mexico cell. Meanwhile, 70 degrees, dew points 41. Can't be tornadic for the most part. Or at least I don't think it will be. I think it'll be fine. Alright, we still have this tornado warning over here, guys. Here, actually, real quickly, I want to test something out. Weather link. So, we have a nice little weather station here. Nice little weather station we have. What the heck? Give me a second. Okay, there we go. So we have a nice little weather station, or a bunch of weather stations here set up. 14 miles per hour near Clarendon. Here, satellite. Overlay, yeah, temperature should be okay. Tornado warning canceled. Makes sense, makes sense. But yeah, so here's the bunch of the weather stations here that we can see across the board. And 14 mile per hour winds here near Clarendon. The storm over here near Palestine. That one actually is failing. So we'll go near Mariana. So 6 mile per hour winds. We'll actually take a look at that here. So the live, this is the live weather station over within that general vicinity. A lot of this concurrent wind here. It's been pretty consistent. 10 to 20 miles per hour for the most part of the day. Temperature's been around 70s. Its high was at 80. Dew point is 73. That general vicinity. Humidity is around 84%. Not a lot of solar radiation. So that's good. What is a dew point? It measures the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. That's what dew points do. Is it wrong for me to continue to try and look up at my subscriber count to see if we get to 11,000 subscribers yet? Is it wrong for me to do so? If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to like the live stream so we can get on to more people's recommended feeds. So that way we can try and get this information out to more people. There isn't really a lot to talk about right now in regards to tornadoes and stuff like that. But we still have the chance for some large hail with this event, and upwards of apple-sized, surprisingly. So if you guys want to stay up to date with all my content, please be sure to like the live stream. And subscribe if you're new. Subscribe if you're new so that we can continue to cover events just like this. Even if you live in some of these areas, we can continue to cover all this general vicinity for you all. So that would be greatly appreciated. Totally Aiden with the $5 super chat says, "Hey Nate, I hope you're doing well today. Sorry you're late to the stream. What happened over the past hour? What's your predictions for today? Meh, like yesterday." First off, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Second off, I'll start out by saying I was really conflicted on live streaming today because I was just like, dude, nothing really is going to happen. It's all going to be hail. Why are you live streaming? And then I saw the watch text from the Storm Prediction Center. And you'll be able to see it here in a second. But primary threats include 3-inch sized hail, other known as apple-sized hail. Apple-sized hail. Well, that could most certainly do a lot of damage, so probably gonna live stream that. But it's just, you know, the threat today, if you were gonna try and, you know, figure out as to which day was gonna be worse for tornadoes, yesterday is way worse than today. There's practically barely a tornado threat here today. There's like probably no tornado threat here whatsoever. But yeah, that was just my my take on today. I usually live stream when it's just I guaranteed live stream more or less when there's like a tornado watch in effect, unless if it's like overnight and I don't think it'll do a whole lot, then I won't live stream. But I try and live stream all that I can for the tornado watches, but events like this, I don't know, it's just not exactly the storm to be, if you know what I mean. Like that's the type of event that we were expecting today. Sup, Severe Weather Alert, welcome to the stream. So yeah, that's my thoughts on today's event. It's garbage, and it's only gonna shoot some hail. Mass Dog, see you later. Thank you for coming out to the stream. highly keep an eye on the New Mexico storm. Well, there's only one storm in New Mexico, and dew points are 41 degrees. So it's dry as the Saharan desert. That thing is drier than dry. You know what I mean? So yeah, as I said, I'm probably going to experiment with WSV3. Probably going to experiment with WSV3. How do you get in the super chat? Well, that's when you that's how you send money to me and stuff like that. But there's like a $sign below the chat. That's how you do it. Despite unidirectional winds, however, enlarging photographs at 0 to 3 kilometers. Definitely did it for rotating storms as well as thermal southeastern surface boundaries. The only issue is that there's so much cape and there's no upper level winds whatsoever to the point where it's basically your cape bomb again. Your cape bomb basically creates so much convection to the point where it's so scattered, and when something tries to develop, it's only brief. That's basically my issue today. And if it was a stronger low level jet, I probably would have been, you know, a lot more excited, but I'm not. This is your hail threat for today. Giant cape bomb. Stupid magic swords. Is the bad weather a marginal risk? It's a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, if that makes any sense. So it's like not exactly, you know, the best case thing. That is something tornadic there, however. That might be a new tornado warning here soon. Speaking of ranting about tornadoes, yeah, this is probably the only time that we actually could get something tornadic. This is probably the only thing that will be tornadic. We have the potential of a tornadic storm right here that could even be, that could potentially produce a tornado. So this is the one storm here today, chat, that could produce a tornado. I'll say that much. This storm right here, north of Memphis, probably could happen. And it just wrapped up its rear flank downdraft, and what in the absolute goodness gracious is it doing? Let's take a 3D of it, chat. We're pretty close to the radar. We'll be able to see everything. Well, everything at the surface. I mean, yeah, it has an inflow notch. Look at how well defined that is. That's, yeah, that's wrapping around. Say that much. I will indeed say that much. It's at least trying. So right within about here is where I'm watching. That's your inflow notch. This is where it wraps around its rear flank downdraft. And, yeah, this is probably the only cell that will be tornadic here today. Most likely. Velocities have kind of upticked a bit. You know what, chat? I've got an idea. What if we take a look at the traffic cameras again? And we try and see if we can find anything. Can we even find anything? Let's see, so there's Memphis, near Millington. It's really far north. It's really far north right now. Everyone loves... Alright, what's happening in Texas? You guys are saying Texas is doing things. So I'll humor you all. I'll humor you all. And if it's not doing things, I'm not listening to you guys ever again. That right there, what in the world? I want to test something here real quickly. That your helicity is 64 M2S to its 0 to 1 kilometers. It's got a lot of cape, so it's cape bombing. I'll say that much. Yeah, I don't think this is I don't think this is Tornadic. Doesn't look like it's Tornadic, because you can see how the winds diverge like this. A lot of surging behind. You still have an inflow notch here, we'll say that. So, could be. But notice how this is diverging. You would need velocities that would be right on top of each other, kind of like this. So you'd need this to split like this. You need this side to be red, this side to be green. And I'm not seeing that. Looks to be a lot of surging gusty winds right now, according to velocities. But if this fixes itself to fill in these red pixels as green, then might start to consider that to be Tornadic here soon. But I just don't see it. I don't see it here. Not right now. So I would have to say this is more a gusty wind threat at the moment. A lot of divergence there with the velocities. Lot of divergence here. Lot of strong surging gusty winds. You definitely have inflow right here feeding the supercell. You have a lot of inflow that's feeding into this. You have a lot of divergence here. Doesn't care, he's just doing this for the money. Well, that's nice. Nice to see that people don't have a brain. Dude, look at it. You'll see here in a second. Go to the Tennessee storm. You see, I'm telling you, this storm right here is the storm that's probably gonna... That might be a tornado on the ground. That might be a tornado on the ground, potentially. That looks like a tornado on the ground. Looks like it. Very well could be. Yeah, this cell right here, this cell right here is definitely doing a lot. And, yeah, I'm positive this thing... Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. Why is this not warned? Munford, Atoka, if you know anyone who lives over here, tell them to get underground. Go, now. This is on the ground. This is a tornado on the ground. Munford and Atoka. Get there now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's a debris signature. This thing is on the ground, 100%. Giant debris ball. Giant debris ball. Yeah, that's a tornado. Munford, Atoka, you need to get in your safe space now. That's on the ground, 100%. On the ground, 100%. Yeah, no. Did I not say this is the one cell that will produce a tornado? Velocities just upticked significantly. Velocities have upticked significantly. Yeah, no, Munford and Atoka need to get into their safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is the cell that I've been talking about for quite some time here. And I said this is the one time that is most likely going to produce a tornado. There's the new tornado warning. Why they are not saying this is on the ground, I have no clue. But a new tornado warning has been issued for Fayette, Shelby, and Tipton counties, and that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is on the ground here, folks. This is on the ground. This is a tornado doing damage. And we've been talking about it for quite some time. You can clearly see, here's the debris ball. Here's the tornado in itself, and the actual, the debris here. We're looking pretty low to the ground, so this is most likely, you know, it's shooting up the debris, but the debris ball in itself is a little under a mile wide. So if you think of it that way, that's how large the scouring of the debris is right within that general vicinity. And so now I actually don't know why this isn't confirmed, but regardless, at least it has a tornado warning now. New scan came in, and yeah, the debris ball is still there, 100%. There is still a debris ball with this storm. Still a debris ball. So this is a tornado in progress that's heading towards Mumford. As I said, if you know anyone who lives near Mumford or Atoka, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space now. This is Munford Avenue. If you know anyone who lives near Munford Avenue, Gilt Edge Road, Tipton Street, Atoka, Edaville Road. If you know anyone who lives along those roads, tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. This is about to cross over Plantation Road and areas near Drummond's Road. If you live near Munford or Atoka or anywhere along United States Highway 51, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. 100% a tornadic storm that's surging on through here. This is not twins. This is only one tornado. That up there is just an anomaly. That's just divergence with a downdraft. This is your tornado right here. Your tornado in progress. Your clear debris signature right here. We're gonna actually open 2 windows here. Or 2 panels. And we're gonna put our red square. You can see the red square, which is in the middle of this ball, and in the middle of this blue. That's your debris signature from this storm. And this is a tornado in progress that is currently surging on through here. So we'll put on the velocities. You can see there is some decent velocities here with this storm. It still is rotating rather significantly. But that's it has a clear debris signature with this. And yeah, the debris is starting to fan up into the upper parts of the atmosphere. Or it's starting to fan up a little bit higher in the atmosphere, not in the upper parts. We're looking up 1,000 feet up in the sky. You can still see that debris there. So this is still a tornado in progress, most likely, with this storm. And it is still on the ground here. So the good news is that because we're so close to the radar, we're going to be able to see that debris signature a lot more clearly. But you can clearly see here in the velocities, your reds are winds moving away, greens are winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Do storm motion from warning. So right there, you can see the reds and yellows are moving away, greens moving towards. Latest scan just came in. There's your debris signature. Debris signature is much larger. Your debris field here at the ground. I'm going to place a marker here. The debris signature is about a mile wide now. And so that's how wide the debris is actually spanning within this event. And we still have a pretty significant storm that's surging on through here. So as I said, Munford and Atoka here in Tennessee need to get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This storm, as I said, is about to head over areas near Plantation Road. This is about to head over to areas near Beaver Road. So if you know anyone who lives over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. So Plantation Road, Beaver Road, areas near State Highway 178. So basically, Gilt Edge Road, areas along Gilt Edge Road. You need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. This will also be heading over Falkerfield Road, north of Munford. And then further along that, it'll be heading into the areas near Melanie Road. So a tornado that is currently in progress, and it is heading out to the south and east. Very serious situation that is currently ongoing. And some very strong velocities here with the storm. You guys can clearly see the reds are the winds moving away from the storm. Your greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. So this is the one storm that I said could most likely produce a tornado. And that's exactly what it's doing right now. Because it's a bit further north where the wind shear is a lot more significant. That's exactly what we are seeing here. So this is a pretty significant cell that's really starting to surge on through near Atoka and Munford here. So a pretty intense storm as this continues to move on through. So as I said, get underground or get in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because an ongoing tornado here, ongoing tornado, with debris still being shot up into the atmosphere. Let's see how high the debris is actually being shot up. So debris is actually being shot up to about 8,600 feet up in the sky. 11,000 feet up in the sky. Potentially 15,000 feet up in the sky. Yeah, this potentially is a decently strong tornado. So we really need to watch out for this storm. As I said, this is about to head over Beaver Road now, in areas near Walkerfield Road. This will be heading off just to the north of Munford, but right in Munford. So if you live near Munford, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So as I said, Beaver Road. And this will be heading off eventually towards Marshall Road and Highway 51. So US Highway 51. So big debris ball here with this storm. And the actual debris ball here, if I take another measurement real quickly. The debris ball is about little under a mile wide now. Probably about 3/4 of a mile wide. So that is the good news here. The debris ball is definitely starting to shrink. You still have decent velocities with this storm. It still looks like it has a strong velocity couplet. That is an intense velocity couplet right there. This is exactly what I was talking about. So you guys remember how I was talking about the Nacogdoches cell and how it had some of these curled velocities to where it looked something more like this. It looked a lot something like this. Not exactly. But this is what I was talking about and what you're looking for a tornado. The pixels that are right next to each other, right on top of each other. You have reds that are on this side here, clear red indication, and then it immediately turns to green. That is what I'm talking about right there. That is a strong velocity couplet right here. The reds are the winds moving away, the greens and blues moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And this is the reason why we have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. So that's how you easily identify as to where a tornado could potentially be. And that's exactly the reason why I was looking for those specifics right within those storms in Texas. And that's kind of the reason why I said wasn't really doing a whole lot in regards to the stuff down there being tornadic. But you can clearly see the pixels are right on top of each other, gate to gate. Very intense. I'm actually going to see how intense here real quickly by getting a delta velocity here in a second. So if you guys would bear with me, I'm going to tell you all how fast the actual rotation is. So the delta velocity here I'm trying to get this. This is a 94 knot delta velocity. So 61 on top of 47. That's a 108 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast this rotation is spinning in the atmosphere. That's how fast this is spinning. And we're only looking up about 700 feet up in the sky. So we still have a big debris ball here. Massive scouring of debris. Massive debris. Debris ball just got larger, so a lot of fanning here. A lot of debris that's starting to fan out. And a big debris ball here that's surging on through here. So Atoka, you guys need to watch out for the storm. Further on through, as I said, this is north of Memphis. So if you know anyone north of Memphis, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. But north of Memphis, near Munford and Atoka, you should be in your safe space now. Anyone near Atoka Idleville Road, you need to get in your safe space. This is going to be south of Brighton. So south of Brighton a little bit. And this will be then heading off over areas near Fane Road. So if you know anyone who lives near Fane Road and John Hill Road, areas near Portersville Road, and areas further along near State Highway 14, highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We now have reports of a tornado on the ground here, so how this has not been updated as a tornado in progress is quite confusing to me, but at the same time, we still have a strong tornado that is surging on through here in Tennessee. This is north of Memphis. This is near Atoka. This is, we can actually circle right here is Memphis, right at this arrow, and here is the tornado in progress. And so this is going to be well north of Millington. This is going to be near the Atoka and the Brighton areas, near the Rosemark area. So if you live near Atoka, Brighton, and Rosemark, you guys are most likely going to have a tornado that's going to be surging on through your areas. Millington, you guys are in the clear. Covington, you guys are in the clear. I'm giving you an all clear for these storms, for this tornadic cell that is currently in progress, but we still have a tornado with a massive debris signature right here. A tornado in progress that is moving on through near Munford. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But Rosemark, Braden, Mason, Arlington, Brighton, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is now heading right over the Atoka areas. The velocities have died out significantly. So this is starting to lead me to believe that this actually has now lifted off of the ground, which is actually what I'm starting to think of because of how much the debris is fanning. So you can see the debris has spread a lot more than the actual tornado. So this is telling me that it is not exactly on the ground as of this moment, but still a tornado that was in progress here that has surged on through near Munford and Atoka. We really need to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through because it could potentially recycle further along the way. So definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for. I'm actually going to take a 3D of this. There's the confirmed tornado warning. So the confirmed tornado warning for Fayette and Tipton counties. I'm going to take a 3D of this to see if we can see the debris that got lofted up into the atmosphere. We'll be actually able to see the spectrum width as well. And give me a second here. So there's your tornado, guys. There's your tornado right here according to spectrum width. You can see right here within this blue, the spectrum width measures turbulence. And a good thing to indicate turbulence, or a good thing that causes turbulence here in this case, is a tornado. And so we can actually see here on the 3D the tornadic rotation as it goes up into the atmosphere. Pretty intense spectrum width drop, or a column within that general vicinity. So we do have our tornado here that was in progress here according to the 3D signature. You can also see the normalized rotation and how high that spans up into the atmosphere. If we go back a little bit, we might be able to see it a little bit better. Yep, so there's your tornadic rotation. You can see this little bit of rotation right within this general vicinity as it spans up into the upper parts of the atmosphere. Might be trying to recycle a bit more. You can see there's another area right here that's out in front of it. So we're going to have to watch out for it. But yeah, this definitely had a tornado most likely in progress. Pretty intense velocities too. Oh yeah. there's your velocities right here. You can clearly see this is the velocity couplet right here. You can see how strong the winds were up in this part of the sky. Sorry for making everything black here. And the last thing I want to do is I want to see the debris being lofted up into the atmosphere here real quickly. Yep, there's your tornado. There is your tornado and the debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. So you can clearly see this is where your debris is. Right here. I don't know why my pen keeps doing that. It's actually stupid. But right in there, that is your debris being lofted up into the sky. And there is your tornado. 100%. So a pretty significant tornado that is surging on through here. There's your tornado. And we really have to watch out for it, for this storm. We got more reports here. More reports. Extensive damage on Glen Springs Road. So, Munford got impacted by this. But it looks like this cell is currently not on the ground. We got a lot of fanning of this debris. So the debris is still being carried up into the atmosphere. But there's not exactly going to be a... Can't exactly say that this is currently on the ground, but still a lot of activity here. N8, that's a strange name. Can't say I've ever heard of a name like that. Well, if you say it really fast, it's actually supposed to sound like Nate. So, that's kind of how I got it. But yeah, this, just by looking at this, I think this is definitely fanned out a lot more. So I don't think this is on the ground right now. But you have a lot of debris that's spanning throughout this general vicinity. And so, 100% something that we're going to have to watch out for. But this is a confirmed tornado. We have multiple reports of a tornado here, including damage that is ongoing. So a lot of activity here. Totally Aiden with a $2 super chat says, what you said to me earlier and now now I see this. Yeah, I know, right? Good thing I said right after that. I said, this is the only storm that will most likely produce a tornado, and boom, it did. Now, obviously, that's not good. We did not want it to produce a tornado, but, you know, it just goes to show you that this storms like this show no mercy to anyone. But thank you for the $2 super chat. And then Eli Moore with a $4 super chat says, why are there two different debris balls on CC? So this up here is actually not a debris ball. That right there is not debris. If you even go back a little bit, if you try and put it next to velocity or any sort of rain, there's nothing right within there. There's absolutely nothing. So I'm assuming that's just probably your downdraft, your heavy rain. Either that or it's just the backside of the storm. You can see right within here. A lot of air that's surging in behind it. That might be more or less your rear flank downdraft. But I don't believe that's going to be more or less... the major risk that for tornadoes right within that general vicinity. Don't think that's going to be impacted all too much. So any of you guys are new, we had a confirmed tornado that was on the northern side of Memphis. You can see right here is Memphis indicated in this white arrow. Actually, we're going to change it to a different color. We're going to make it a red arrow. So here's Memphis right here. And here is the tornado warning with the tornado that went through Atoka, Tennessee. So this is well north of Memphis, just a bit, but we still have some tornadic rotation within this general vicinity. So we're really going to have to watch out for this, 100%. Alan Deese with the $5 super chat says, please give me an update here in Drummond's. You and your wife are here. Yeah, let me see what exactly is happening in Drummond's real quickly. As I said, I don't think the tornado is on the ground right now, but areas that live along near State Highway 384, as well as areas near Bright Clopton Road, and further south towards Atoka Edaville Road, and areas near Brighton, yeah, I said Brighton Clopton Road, that general vicinity near McLennan Road, and further off to the south and east near Mason and Braden. Highly recommend you guys go ahead, take your proper precautions. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. You guys are in Drummond's, so Drummond's is actually in the clear in itself. You guys should be fine. The storm is well off to your south and east. So everyone in like Gilt Edge, Burleson, I should say, and Garland, you guys are in the all clear as of right now. But areas near like Mason and Braden, you guys are not in the all clear. You still have a tornadic cell that's heading off through your general vicinity. Atoka and Munford, you guys are in the all clear now. You guys can go ahead and start recovering whatever bits and bobs of damage that was impacting your general vicinity. I would watch out for that as this continues to move on through. But we had a most likely a pretty significant tornado that just surged on through here near Munford and Atoka. Because that was a lot of damage that was done here, but I don't think it's on the ground right now. A lot of debris has started to fan, and I think the new inflow notch is starting to form. So I think it's starting to recycle. It's definitely starting to recycle. You can see right within here, here's the hook that the supercell or the strong thunderstorm would be forming. So right about here is where the new rotation would be forming, right within the hook. They actually just canceled the tornado warning because the storm weakened below tornadic potential. But it's definitely trying to recycle here. You can clearly see the hook as it starts to wrap around right within here. The inflow coming in to feed the supercell. And so right about here is where the rotation would be. Right in that circle right there. And so we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. The potential for it to recycle is possible. But a lot of activity here for the most part. If you guys find anything on Twitter, feel free to send it to me. I have a Twitter account, and if you guys do something similar to what Mass Dog did here, you know, if you find any sort of pictures of damage or the tornado and stuff like that, go down into the comment at me, at Nate_Snyder. That'd be greatly appreciated if you guys would send me some stuff so I could show it to people here on YouTube. Because they're trying to get the word out and all sorts of stuff. Sam Krauser with a $5 super chat says, just saw the radar images from the possible intense tornado. Looks nuts. Pray for those people. Oh, yeah. No, it was pretty insane. Everyone is saying it's a mile wide. That's how wide the debris ball was. The tornado in itself probably was smaller than that. It was probably about, I'd say, a 1/12 of a mile wide. Maybe even up to... maybe up to about an 1/8 of a mile wide, something like that. Because usually when debris balls are that wide, about, like, I'd say more or less a mile wide like that, that's the tornadic wind field and how it spreads around. So, if you guys want to go onto my Twitter, actually just onto my my Twitter account, there's my link. But, yeah, if you guys find anything on Twitter, so, tornado damage... Atoka. I don't see anything here as of right now. Yeah, a lot of activity here, to say the least. I'll just search up tornado damage. Damage reported near Glen Springs Road near Munford. Extensive damage in Munford. So yeah, this thing definitely did damage, 100%. But I'm not seeing anything within here. But yeah, it definitely surged on through, and it definitely did damage. And yeah, we're getting reports of this coming in now. The actual storm in itself is starting to wither away. That is the good news. But we're getting a lot of activity here within these storms. A lot of activity here with these storms. How high did the debris reach? About 10,000 feet, give or take. About 10,000 feet. What program is this? This is GR2 Analyst, 21-day free trial, but then after the 21 days, it shuts off unless if you purchase a key, which costs about $250. But if you can't purchase that on your computer, I highly recommend on your phone you either get Radar Scope or Radar Omega. They cost $10, and it's probably the best radars out there for the price and quality. So Radar Scope or Radar Omega is what I would recommend to you all. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do analysis like this whenever severe weather does get bad. And I don't discriminate to just here in Tennessee and Arkansas. I do other areas as well. So if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe. And if you want to see the stuff, analysis within your general vicinity as well, if there's any bad weather, I will cover it for the most part here in the United States. I'll also try and do Canada if I can, but it's meh. How good is my radar? In my opinion, my radar is not all too good. I don't actually recommend it completely. New storms here. This seems to be a strong gusty wind threat with these storms in Mississippi. So this is moving just to the south of South Haven. So I know there's someone here who lived in South Haven somewhere. But this is heading off just to your south. A lot of strong storms here with larger amounts of hail. You can see on the maximum expected hail size. We have some hail amounts over 1.5 inches up to 1.75 inches. So it's really starting to breach that golf ball sized hail. And a lot of activity here for the most part with these storms. Any free ones I can recommend then? No. Honestly, the free ones are pretty bad. In my honest opinion, you know, this is going to sound pretty stupid, but it's also true. To get the right, to get the right quality of stuff, or the best quality, you might have to pay a little bit for some things. And this is just stuff in life. You don't have to pay for the best thing, but you definitely don't have to settle for the worst thing. So Radar Scope and Radar Omega cost $10. Easily the best investment that you can make. Easily. And I'm not even sponsored to say that. I'm just saying, for the price that they provide and for all the stuff that they have, that's just in my honest opinion, best thing there. Alan Deese with the $5 super chat says, man, what's going on today? Storms are just popping up. This is so crazy. Please explain to me what this is. This is the type of mode that we have here today. A lot of cape, not a lot of shear. Storms just kind of appear out of nowhere and blow up. And there's some small instances where some could be a tornadic. So that's exactly what we're looking at here for the most part with most of these storms. Reports of structure damage, possible tornado touchdown near Munford. Midtown Jackson might be seeing power outages. That's pretty crazy. You don't need to spam stuff in chat. It's not necessary. Got some more severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm actually curious here. MI, SSI, SSI, PPI. Traffic. Wait, hold up. Can I just do this? What if we do that? M.dot traffic. Let's see. Oh, there are cameras here. Look to the south for me. This isn't exactly helping a whole lot. There are some cameras around this general vicinity. Is it over? For you all, I believe it is. For some of these other areas, probably not. There's actually some storms that are about to surge on through near Pine Bluff. So if you're near Pine Bluff, I highly recommend getting indoors now. A lot of severe storms that are kind of surging on through southern parts of Arkansas. A lot of severe storms that are now surging through parts of Arkansas now, though. So anywhere near Monticello, or Camden areas further along near Magnolia and El Dorado. Highly recommend watching out for those storms, and if you start getting some severe storms, I would get into a sturdy structure. Will Oxford, Mississippi be affected? Let me check here real quickly. Your opinion, feel like Radar Omega has a little more bang for your buck. That's just your preference. Yeah, that's why I'm saying like both. I think both are fine. It just really really depends upon preference. But either or will do the job, and they both have their own redeeming qualities, if you will. So someone asked if Oxford will get impacted. Yes, most likely Oxford will get hit by some of these storms here. I'll keep you guys informed as to when that will actually happen. Let's actually take a look here as to how close this will be. All this talk about radar app purchase. Would not a good weather radio be better as a first choice? I mean, it depends. You could use a weather radio as well. You know, for people who don't like apps and stuff like that, then yeah, that definitely could be the way to go. But in regards to apps, you know, like for people who are a bit more technical and like using their mobile devices and all of that, I definitely think app-wise, those two are the best way to go. But there's nothing wrong with getting a weather radio either. So Oxford will most likely get hit in about, I'd say, an hour, a little bit over an hour. It's definitely possible, so I'd ask you all to watch out for those storms as that continues to move on through. I'd watch out for it. But, yeah. Are there any radar apps that are free for computer? Not in my honest opinion. I don't think there are really a lot of good free radar apps on computer. I don't think there really is any. So, a lot of activity here for the most part with this storm. 100%. So this is, most of these storms are moving off to the south and east. People are telling me to check Texas now, so I might as well do Dallas-Fort Worth. And there's a couple storms here that are surging on through. Don't foresee them to be all too tornadic. The severe thunderstorm watch down there, by the way, for people who said that there could be tornadoes. I just want to update you all here with the severe thunderstorm watch that is down in Texas. I just want to update you all on what this all says. So for the people who say there's going to be tornadoes and stuff, just want to let you all know. A tornado or two is possible, not likely. Possible, very low chance. If you take a look at the probabilities here, 20% chance of seeing a tornado. And it's even worse as you get closer and closer to the, further towards Texas. It says scattered large hail events, scattered damaging wind gusts. If we take a look at the probabilities, 10% chance for a tornado. So as you head further south, it gets more and more unlikely. So that's just my, that's just one thing I wanted to point out for everyone. Still a 20% chance for tornadoes up here near Memphis and stuff like that, but it's just, it gets more and more unlikely as you get further south, as this continues to move on through. So if you're in Texas, in my honest opinion, I highly recommend getting indoors, but I don't think there's going to be anything tornadic for you all. Or at least that's not what I see. If you guys are enjoying the content, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually gets me onto more people's recommended feeds so we can spread the word to more people. So if you guys would do that for me, that would be greatly appreciated. If you guys hit that thumbs up button. And share this live stream with friends and family on Facebook, on Twitter, on other social medias and stuff like that. That would also be greatly appreciated. And I appreciate all the support. Anything concerning for Georgia? Let's put it this way, all right? I'm going to show you all here the convective outlook here for you all, for any of you who might be new. Here's the convective outlook that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We have our 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale indicated in green, a 2 out of 5 here on the severe weather scale in this yellow, and a 3 out of 5 in this orange. If you are in this light green, you're getting general thunderstorms. So the severe risk for you all is very small, almost 0%. But if you're in these dark greens, if you're in the yellow, if you're in the orange, then you obviously need to pay attention to the weather because you have a chance for severe weather. Now, the higher up in the scale you get, so the whether you're in a slight risk, which is a 2 out of 5, or an enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5, that's when you start to pay attention to it more and more and more. And the risk for severe weather becomes higher and higher. So areas here in Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, and Mississippi, you guys are more susceptible to getting severe weather than places like, say, Ohio and West Virginia and New Mexico. So, or even Georgia for that matter. So there's still the chance for some storms, but it's not all too likely. Can you check the tornado chances for Denton because your family's really scared? We just moved out here in the tornado alley. There isn't anything in Denton. Denton, I believe, is north of Dallas. And if that's the case, yep, Denton is north of Dallas. All your storms are to your south and east, and they typically move away from you all. So that is really the really all you have to monitor for the most part. Is just, I guess, your cooler weather that's coming through your general vicinity. So, we still have the risk for tornadoes here tonight, but it's really consolidated into a specific area. New update from IEMBot just came in. Mesoscale discussion concerning severe watch. Semi-discrete storms capable of producing large hail-damaging winds and a few tornadoes remain possible across the weather watch here in Tennessee. So we're going to definitely have to watch out for it, especially for some things tornadic. But I think the storm that will most likely be the most tornadic would have to be these cells here in the northwestern parts of Mississippi down into Arkansas. You still have the threat for something to be tornadic here in Tennessee, but it's looking less and less likely because there's not as much energy up within that general vicinity. So we're going to continue to watch it as much as we can, but not too much here on this. We're going to go back to Twitter, see if anyone has sent me anything on Twitter. Oh, look at that. There's your tornado. There's your tornado near Atoka. Look at that. Clear tornado on the ground here. That is a clear tornado that was in progress. So we were looking at that storm. We were saying that was most likely the storm that would produce a tornado today. Probably have the highest chance of producing a tornado. And that's exactly what it did. Do I ever storm chase? Yep. With all the money that I get from live streaming, I either put it back to the live stream so I get more radar equipment and stuff like that, or I either get me some more weather equipment for whenever I storm chase, or if I just put stuff around my house. So now I'm gonna put a weather station on top of my car. I'm also gonna get more cameras and stuff like that. And whenever I'm most likely gonna storm chase areas around my general vicinity here in the Mid-Atlantic. But whenever we get into hurricane season, I'm going to storm chase those hurricanes and stuff like that because it's not really a whole lot to inform everyone on. But yeah, that's if you guys are excited for me to cover hurricane season, then feel free to stick around and subscribe and stuff like that because we will be covering that. It's coming around pretty soon. And when hurricane season starts to ramp up, you know, that's when everyone needs to watch out. What's my Twitter? Nate_Snyder. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the tornado siren there. Look at that tornado. That's a tornado and a half. That is a tornado and a half right there, 100%. Big tornado. Big tornado that surged on through. So, all the more reason why we should watch out for this as this continues to move on through. All the more reason. Pretty big tornado that kind of surged on. So thank you so much for sending us the stuff in here. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, that's a pretty crazy sight there that we saw from Tyler. So Tyler, I just want to say thank you so much for sending that in here. If you want to go follow Tyler, feel free to do so. I'm going to like and retweet this. But pretty crazy sight of that tornado that pushed on through there, 100%. And more people that are following me now, so that's pretty crazy. But yeah, this is pretty crazy footage that we are seeing here from that tornado. And I'm glad you're safe, Tyler. Glad you're safe, or at least I hope you're safe. But this was near Atoka, near the Munford area. That was a clear tornado that was in progress before. And so, pretty happy that no one got severely injured so far. That could change, but still a lot of activity here to say the least. Tornado siren just went off again in Drummond's, Millington, Tennessee. Anything happened there? There's a lot of, there's a scattered storm here, so I'm assuming it's just either nearby emergency management stuff that's happening. But, yeah. You should be fine, just some scattered storms, maybe some spotty hail. Definitely some spotty hail that's surging on through, and a lot of strong gusty winds with this as well. So this is now approaching the Interstate 55 area. So if you live near here in Interstate 55, northern parts of Mississippi, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, get underground, get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because these are some strong, intense storms that are moving on through here. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a quarter-size sail, but I'd actually probably think that it could be even higher. It could be even 70. Because you have a lot of surging winds here at this Bow Echo right here. A lot of strong winds that are approaching Senatobia and Como. Let's take a look at the storms over in Texas here real quickly. I'm using GR2 Analyst to conduct my radar analysis here. Some people are saying 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Warning just got issued for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Is it this cell right here? Is it this one? I don't see 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and baseball-sized hail. What about that? Oh yeah, that one's the one that'll do it. That'll do it. That's your cell. So I'm assuming this is for Anderson and Leon. I think. So we're gonna search this over here. We'll put this over here and see. Love, peace, and harmony. What's up? Alright, so we're going to put our radar over here. This is, we're going to put it near San Angelo. See what all we have with this storm. And while this loads, as our radar refused to cooperate, we're going to go over to Shreveport here, and we're going to talk about these other severe thunderstorm warnings down here in southern parts of Arkansas. This has already produced ping-pong ball-sized hail. So areas across the board here really need to monitor these storms. 100%. Please look at the Mason cell, big hail core. Is it, what, that storm over here? Is that Mason? Can't tell. Why do we have 2 radars in Dallas, Fort Worth? I'm confused as to why we have 2 radars in Dallas, Fort Worth. There we go. Alright, we fixed that real quickly. Yeah, that's a cell that is got a massive hail spike. Holy crap. Look at that. So you guys see how this has like a spike just like this? See how there's a spike right here? So this is actually a pretty strong supercell that is producing larger amounts of hail. And the way I can actually see that without looking at the maximum expected hail size is 2 things. First off, we're going to take a look at the reflectivity. We're going to take a look at the reflectivity here, and you can see all these pinks and whites. This is an upwards of 70 dBz, which is telling us that a lot of rain and even hail that's falling into the ground here, right within that general vicinity. So there is a lot of hail already in progress with this. But what else is a determining factor is this little spike right here, and we call this a hail spike. And how we can see hail spikes on radar is, well, you first have to understand how radar works. And so how radars work is, here is your radar station right here. We're going to draw the radar here in San Angelo, and it shoots beams in all different heights and in all different directions and stuff like that. So when it shoots one of these beams, all right, it shoots the beam all the way down to the cell here in Mason. And whenever it sees any sort of rain or hail or debris and stuff like that, it always gets reflected back to the radar. And it gets represented as, you know, whatever it shows up here. However, with hail sometimes, if there's a lot of hail, that beam can be reflected off of the hail and off into all sorts of different directions. So what this does is this creates some areas out in front of the storm or around the storm that particularly that isn't supposed to have rain. It actually says that it has rain, and so this gives off a hail spike, if you will. And this is a pretty strong hail spike here within this general vicinity. And so we're seeing a lot of hail here with this storm that is reflecting off of this. Now, the one downside with hail spikes is this actually can corrode the data that we are seeing off of this storm. So we won't be able to see specific stuff like velocities, or actually any sort of wind product we won't be able to see, mainly because it's basically corrupted all the data based off of all the hail that's reflecting off of the rain. Because if you can think of it this way, you know, with all these beams and how it's seeing how fast these storms are moving and whatever, and how fast the velocities are, if it's being reflected off of the hail and stuff like that, it's taking extra time to go back to the radar and give the data that it needs. So it could be over-exaggerating some of the velocities within that specific vicinity. And that's what could potentially be impacting this as bad as it is. So a massive hail spike. You can see right within here how deep this blue is as it extends further on. This is a pretty exponential hail spike that we are seeing here that is indicating a massive storm that is providing us with massive amounts of hail. So we're not going to be using any velocities within this storm because this is just going to be corrupted data. Here, we'll show you what the velocities look like, and it looks pretty bad here for the most part, right? But we know that these, you know, this velocity right within this general vicinity is moving away from the storm right here. So why is all of this, all these greens, moving towards the storm? Well, that's what the reflecting off of the hail comes into play. If it's reflecting off of the hail and over exaggerating what winds are what and whether or not there's rain in specific areas, it's going to corrupt the data. And so that's exactly what we are seeing here. We have a lot of corrupt data here based off of how much hail is falling from this storm. Now, the one thing we can use is the maximum expected hail size. And there is a lot of hail here. A lot of hail. We can see right within this general vicinity right here. The greens, I tell most of you, is about 1-inch sized hail. The oranges is about 2-inch sized hail. The red is about 3-inch sized hail. And we can even see here, the bright pink is 4-inch sized hail. Potential baseballs falling from this storm. Baseballs are around 3-inch sized hail, a little under 3 inches. But softballs is actually around 4-inch sized hail. And if you can imagine softballs falling from the sky onto your general vicinity, that is not exactly the way to go, if I do say so myself. Some very large and devastating hail that's falling from these storms. And definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. People are now tagging me on Twitter. A lot more damage and stuff like that is being reported here. So we're going to look on through and see what all we can see with this. Let's see. Yeah, that storm is really blowing up for sure. Now we're getting reports of damage. So here's some of the damage, the trees that were down, even some structures that were torn apart. Looks to be a boat that actually may have gotten torn apart. Either that or that's just the sheet metal, roof sheet metal. So maybe some sort of shack that got torn apart. But a weak structure right here for sure that definitely had some damage within that general vicinity, 100%. Definitely quite a lot of damage here within that general vicinity. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, there's some more damage. Hunter May. Yeah, that's the cell that was trucking on through 100%. So yeah, that's the damage we're seeing here so far within the storm, and pretty crazy what we all are seeing here live. But massive hail spike. This storm is up pretty high up in the atmosphere. I was talking about how large the hail was. Let's talk about how large the actual supercell is. The echotops actually tell you how high up the thunderstorm is up in the sky. And so we can use that to be able to determine as to how strong the actual storm is to produce as large hail as it is. So echotops within this general vicinity, which tells us, as I said, how tall the thunderstorm is all the way up to almost 55,000 feet up in the sky. That is pretty insane. I'm actually really curious here real quickly. I want to check out something. And this might be a mistake, but you know what? I don't really care. We're going to take a 3D of this cell. We're going to take a 3D of this storm. And we're going to try and see this 3D scan here. So, yeah, look at the hail spike here, chat. So you can clearly see based off of 3D. I'm going to turn on isosurface here real quickly. Look at that. Look at the hail spike here on 3D. That tells you that the data is corrupted, because that doesn't happen with storms. 100%. Never happens. So, a lot of activity here, to say the least, as this continues to move on through. But that is your hail spike. Let's move on to the actual supercell in itself and look at how large the supercell is. You can see these little spikes right at the top of the storm here. Let's actually change our drawing tool to white. So you can see these little spikes right within here. This actually tells us that there's a lot of overshooting tops with this storm. A lot of deep convection that is really starting to blow up within the storm and rise. And so this could be indicative of a very strong and powerful storm that is really gathering up a lot of the rain at the surface, and the updraft is really pulling it up into the upper parts of the atmosphere and creating the hail at the top of the supercell. And when the hail gets large enough and actually starts to get heavier to the point where the updraft can't sustain it, it then falls down as the large amount of hail that has been collected by it sitting up there as long as it has. So a lot of deep convection with this storm, and pretty intense hail spike with this 100%. Let's actually go to the ISO surface and show off how high the hail core actually goes up to. So this is the hail core right here, and if we zoom out a bit, you can actually see that the hail core actually goes above 40,000 feet in itself. Right here is 40,000 feet. That's what this line represents, and it goes right above that line. So massive hail core that goes up over 40,000 feet. Very strong updraft here with this storm, and I am foreseeing a very powerful supercell that's creating hail, most likely in upwards of baseballs. And we actually have this update on the severe thunderstorm warning here real quickly, which has been issued by the National Weather Service. This is a government-run organization here that is meant to keep us safe. And this actually has this storm that could potentially have hail in upwards of teacup or softball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Hail like that will go through roofs. It will literally create holes through your roof and will go right through your general vicinity. So that's the reason why we said get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, and stay away from windows, because if hail comes through the side of your house, this could easily shatter windows, break cars, and stuff like that. So this is why we say stay away from windows, because you don't want shards of glass and hail and stuff like that come through the side of your house. That will easily create a lot of debris for your general vicinity. And so if you live here near Mason, near Art, near Catamacy, as well as Fredonia and Pontotoc, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Vasily Galenko Jr. with a $5 super chat says, can you see what kind of storms will be moving through upstate South Carolina tonight and tomorrow, please? You guys most likely will be getting some just general severe storms. Very weak. Just general thunderstorms, actually, in my honest opinion. So really one of those things where it's not really going to be that big of a risk for you all. So any areas outside of Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee, you guys aren't really getting a whole lot. And Texas, you guys are going to be the main part of the risk here tomorrow. But that is what we are seeing here. That is the massive hail spike that we were talking about. The hail spike has actually decreased a bit. You can actually see how the hail spike actually increases in size. So the larger the hail spike there is, the larger the hail spike, the more intense and the larger the amounts of hail there is within the storm. And so you can see how the hail spike has actually decreased in size. And that is a good indicator as to the storm kind of weakening a little bit. But it may be trying to re-intensify itself. You know, we might be seeing some more intense hail within this general vicinity. Alan Deese with the $5 super chat says, is it true that tornadoes won't spawn on hills? Because where I live on your road, it's really hilly and has drop-offs and stuff. No, it actually is not true. Tornadoes can actually form anywhere. They can form on water. They could form on hills. They could form on mountains. They could form on anything. So, now the only thing that I will say is that, if you have mountains like West Virginia, then there's a good chance that they most likely are not going to be getting a whole lot of activity. Because the way the mountains actually have been formed, it's not exactly, you know, all too significant of a storms to form like tornadoes and stuff like that, based off of the terrain, solely the terrain, just how the mountains are formed. It's very hard to explain, but the mountains literally form in all sorts of different directions in West Virginia, basically making it impossible for some storms to gather enough energy to like build up and stuff like that. Sam Emerson has been doing studies on debris and what that means for tornadic systems. So debris, as I mentioned, goes up to about 11,000 feet up in the sky. This could actually mean that this could have been a EF2 tornado, around an EF2 tornado, more or less. So mid to high end EF2 with 120 to 130 miles per hour, which is about what I would expect, more or less. You know, with debris that lofted up that high, it's very possible. But you can see, based off of this, you have your light green right about here, which would be your EF0 bubble. Your EF1 bubble is your giant, your kind of dark green. Your EF2 bubble is your yellow. EF3 is red, and EF4 plus, which is, you know, all sorts of stuff like that. Then potentially get stronger storms like that. But we have a, this is where the Munford, Tennessee tornado was, and it was right here in the middle of this yellow. Could have a EF1, could be an EF1, could also be an EF3, but it definitely seems, based off of the damage that we've seen, will most likely be at least an EF1. At least an EF1. Tabby Bibbler with a $5 super chat says, what kind of weather is going on in Tennessee? Tennessee at the moment, let's go back to Tennessee, because we kind of neglected Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi for a little bit. So let's actually go back here and show off these areas. But what's happening in Tennessee right now is you have a lot of scattered storms here for the most part. A lot of scattered storms that are moving on through. And there's some that could be severe, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of tornadic rotation along most of these lines. So it's more or less kind of localized to specific areas. But there seems to be a lot of tornadic rotation here for the most part. That was with his former storms, but not as much right now. So that is the good news. That is the good news with this as of right now. The bad news is you still have storms across the board here that could be severe. There is one severe storm that's heading off towards Selmer, but there's some of these other storms that are heading off through like Nashville and Centerville that aren't really as significant. We could see a severe storm that could be moving on through here near Waynesboro, but as of right now, not really a whole lot with these storms. Hey, live in Southeast America. Anything bad or a tornado will happen. So if you're talking about like the United States of America, well, then probably a whole lot, not tonight, unless if you live near the northern parts of Mississippi into Louisiana and Arkansas. Then you do have the potential for something to be there, but not really too significant at the moment. So where is this at? All of this is pretty widespread from Tennessee. This is near the Memphis area. You can see right here where I circled is Memphis. Here is actually Little Rock right here. And right along this line, long line of storms that are protruding through here, providing some very strong storms and upwards. 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail, maybe even larger than that. So we got to watch out for this 100%. We are 1 like away from 500 likes, actually. I'm pretty surprised. And then I'm going to look at my subscriber count here real quickly, because I can. We are 12 subscribers away from 11,000 subscribers. So that's pretty insane as well. Thank you so much to all the people who have supported my channel. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, if you guys would love to help me get the word out to more people so we can try and tell as many people as we can about the severe threat, that'd be greatly appreciated. So share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, such as Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that. As well as like the live stream. By actually liking the live stream, you get me onto more people's recommended feeds. And that can get the word out more effectively to more people. Because if people don't know what's happening, then you know, this live stream could be that beacon to tell them as to what all is happening. And so, yeah, that'd be greatly appreciated if you guys would like the live stream as well. Hi, Nate, watching from California. Well, hello, hello. I know weather can be boring out there near your general vicinity, but, yeah, try to cover it as best as possible. Do I think it'll come to Indiana? No, I think this will stay relatively south of Indiana for you all. If there is any severe weather in California that I think could be significant, definitely could cover that for you all. But, yeah. The Tay Storm series cat flood window seems legit. Seems legit. Let us see. Oh, jeez. You guys, we were literally just 1 like away from 500 just 10 seconds ago. Now we are 15 likes away from 600. Jeez. Where you live in Texas, we only get storm notifications through text and email. Well, I would highly recommend investing in a weather radio. A weather radio. I would definitely think that would probably be your best option. And if you guys are wondering what radio I would personally recommend, let's see. I gotta find out what make my radio is here. I think it's a WR300. I think that's what it is. Yeah, WR300 right here. Midland radio. This right here is the one I use. This is the one I have here next to me. So if you guys would like to invest in a weather radio, I'm putting that in the chat as well. Don't care. But yeah, that's the weather radio I'd recommend. Even though it costs $60, all right? You might look at it and be like, it costs $60. It's not worth it. Weather radios like this are supposed to cost this much. You know, if you buy a radio, just a general radio in general, you know, those cost this much in general as well. Now, I believe these radios can also get onto other frequencies, and you can also listen to other stuff like FM and AM and stuff like that. Yeah, it also gives you your needs for AM and FM stereo. So if you guys also want to listen to, you know, other stuff of radio, there you go. But yeah. Let's see. You're from Southwest Arkansas, living in Northwestern Arkansas. You do what I've always wanted to do. Couldn't afford meteorology school when you graduated in 2013, so it's been a hobby since then every spring. Well, I'm not a meteorologist. Most of you all would like to think I'm a meteorologist, but I'm simply a weather enthusiast as of right now. I'm trying to get into college. So that I can become a meteorologist, because I'm only 19, believe it or not. You know, I may have a beard here. But I'm only 19. So I think I still have a lot of upside here in the future. But Sam Krauser with the $3 super chat says east of Buffalo, Texas, decent mezzo. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look and see what's happening here in Buffalo. This right here, this is really far away from the radar. Yeah, we're looking up 11,000 feet here, so I can't say that there's a mezzo here, more or less. We're looking up really high in the atmosphere, so yeah, we can't say anything about this storm. But if we move down to Austin's radar here. Yeah, we just passed 11,000 subscribers. 11,010 subscribers is what we currently have. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm looking at this radar here. Yeah, we're still looking up 11,000 feet up in the sky, so I can't say this. I can't say that it's a meso. It's too high up in the sky. This thunderstorm, though, is up to 59,400 feet. My goodness. That's crazy. Ressa has just became a member, so it's their second month of becoming a sponsor for my channel. So now if Ressa wants to type in chat and stuff like that, she'll have the slight risk badge or whatever, which is pretty cool. But yeah, thank you for being a sponsor for a second month in a row. I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. Is there any Canadian YouTubers doing weather as well? I tried to do... well, if there's any severe weather that's going to be impacting Canada, I'm going to try and do it. But the radars up in Canada aren't exactly the best. So... rotation with the hail spike, you can't have rotation in the hail spike. That's the issue. As I said, the actual storm in itself is corrupting the data. So you cannot have rotation within... well, you can't definitively say you have rotation within a storm that has a hail spike. You can't. Because the data is corrupt. It's literally corrupt. You're a retired meteorologist and encourage me to continue your pursuit. Impressed with my knowledge. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's actually pretty cool. That's really cool. But yeah, with this hail spike here, we cannot say that this thing definitively has rotation. It might look like it. You know, you can clearly see the reds moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards. But the thing of it is with the hail spike, as I said, you're getting corrupt data based off of the general vicinity of the the radar beam. And so we can't definitively say that there is rotation within this general vicinity. We can say that it's produced large hail. We can say that it's producing very large hail. I mean, we're already getting reports of ping pong ball sized hail across the board with this. So we're still getting a lot of activity for the most part, but we're getting more things from Twitter. Let us see. Sheesh! Yeah, so there's the damage there. Not photo, but it shows the tornado. Yeah, look at that. That's a pretty gnarly storm there too. That's clear tornado that was in Tennessee. Clear tornado. And we were talking about it prior to the actual tornado warning too. We clearly, you know, we saw how the structure was starting to form and how it started to create that classic arcing characteristic. That's typically what we look for before things start to become really tornadic. And so yeah, there's a lot of activity here with that storm. You know, we're gonna try and see if we can find any more stuff here. Is it too late for you to plan on being a meteorologist? No. It's never too late to start planning to be a meteorologist or even a weather enthusiast. You can do whatever you want to be. Yeah, you can do whatever you want to be. If you guys want to try and inform me here on more stuff that's happening on Twitter, feel free to @ me. Whether you have a video or whether you have a whether you have pictures that other people have posted, do what some of these other people have done. You know, just go into some of these comments here. @ me @ Nate_Snyder. It helps me a lot. So if you want to go to my channel in itself on Twitter, feel free to do so. Follow me. I'll, you know, retweet, like stuff. Keep everyone up to date as to what's happening in the world of weather. Yeah, crazy hail spike storm that's out there. But yeah, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings with these storms across the board here. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's talk about them, shall we? Let's actually go back to, let's go to Alexandria's radar here near Fort Polk. We got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. Across the board, just to the south of St. Augustine's, just to the south of Lufkin. And has some pretty strong gusty winds with this. It looks like it could be tornadic on the northern end. You can definitely see how the rear flank downdraft kind of surges around like this. But you have some strong gusty winds with this cell right within here. And so the gusty winds from the rear flank downdraft are really surging in behind. And places near Browndell, Pineland, and Bronson, you guys could easily see some very strong gusty winds with this. Probably in upwards of, I'd say, maybe 60 or 65 miles per hour. This severe thunderstorm warning actually for Sabine Parish in Louisiana, as well as Angelina, St. Augustine, and Sabine counties here in Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and it warns for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I think the areas most likely to see this would be near Magasco, or south of Magasco towards Pineland and Brookland. Right within that general vicinity is where I could fully anticipate you all to get some stuff. So I'd just watch out for this storm as this continues to unfold. And the threat for it to be tornadic is possible. We're just going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Not only the strong gusty winds and the tornado is possible, but as I said, even large hail is possible. You can see in some of these greens, indicate about 1-inch size hail, maybe even more. Some of these yellows actually indicate above 1.5 inches. So there is the potential for some large hail with some of these cells. So definitely something we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through. But yeah, some large hail is possible with these storms. 100%. We just got a report here. Of some hail near this cell in Mason. And we just got a report of hen egg-sized hail as well as tennis ball-sized hail. So this cell is still producing larger amounts of hail. Still producing large hail here near Hedwig's Hill, near Loyal Valley, heading off towards Llano. So this general vicinity could be experiencing a very dangerous storm here for the most part. And Hedwig's Hill is still under, I believe it's a VDS. No, not anymore. It was under a VDS before, but it's not under a very dangerous storm, severe thunderstorm warning. But there is still a lot of hail falling from this storm, and we still have that hail spike on it, so we can't see anything velocity-wise. But still a massive hail spike here that just corrupts all the data, and we can't say anything tornadic-wise from this. Not anticipating it to be a fully tornadic either. I'm actually going to take a look at the rapid satellite analysis on this, the prob severe. And yeah, for any of you people who are knowledgeable in weather, the storm relative helicity, the veering from 0 to 1 kilometers up in the sky, is 13 M2S2, meters squared per second squared. That ain't a hailer, I don't know what is. But that is some large hail that is definitely surging on through here. A lot of CAPE here. Most unstable CAPE is 3,800 joules per kilogram. Mixing layer CAPE is at 2,775 joules per kilogram. So there's definitely a lot of activity as this moves on through. But this doesn't look to be tornadic by any stretch of the imagination. So that's all I just have to say about that. Where is this and how's my day, Nate? It was fun talking to you yesterday. Well, hello. Welcome back to the live stream. This is in Texas. This storm that we were talking about here that produced some tennis ball-sized hail. So this is in Texas here, and I'm doing fine. I just hit over 11,000 subscribers. We're at 11,023 subscribers and still trucking on through. Our goal at the end of May is 15,000, so we're doing pretty well for the most part. I think we can definitely hit that later on in the month. So still a lot of days to cover some severe weather, but yeah, my day's doing pretty well. Justin with the $5 super chat says, thank you, Nate. Keep up the great work. Enjoying the feed from upstate South Carolina near Greenville. Well, Justin, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, and as I said, all the money that I get, whether it's from donations, whether it's from ad revenue, whether it's from the sponsorships that people have with their memberships, all that goes straight back into either the live stream or the me doing, you know, storm chasing and stuff like that. So I bought myself a weather station for my house. I'm gonna buy another one for my car. I'm gonna put it on top of my car, and whenever I storm chase, whenever it's localized areas around the mid-Atlantic, or hurricane chasing, whenever I try to get hit by the eye and stuff like that, that weather station's gonna come in handy. I definitely would have to say so for that. So yeah, if you guys want to stick around, I do cover hurricane season as well. I do cover hurricane season. And feel free to stick around. I feel like this would be a great time to talk about my Discord server. Most of you have already caught on and seen that I actually have one. But if you guys would like to join my Discord server, if you haven't already, please be sure to do so. Link is in the chat. So if you guys want to join my Discord server, right within there. You guys heard there was a tropical depression forming near to a tropical storm near Mexico. Not sure if that's true. Actually, that is. Good catch there. I was going to talk about it for a little bit, but we might as well now. There is a tropical storm in the Pacific. You can see it's near Mexico, right around here. And, you know, it's not supposed to be a strong tropical storm. But this is Tropical Storm Andres. And this is forecasted to not really impact a whole lot of people. Still, you know, most likely going to stay out to sea. But yeah, 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. 1,005 millibars moving northwest at 6 miles per hour. If we take a look at the warning cone in the track, it's supposed to stay mainly out to sea, and it's also expected to become subtropical as it heads further out to sea. You can see how these circles right within here. That's the actual indication as to whether or not it's a tropical storm, hurricane, or depression. And so if it's ever a black circle, it's a tropical system. And if it's ever a white circle, it's a subtropical system. So that's good determining factors right within there that help us determine as to what all is happening. But yeah, there's a lot of activity that's starting to show up here in the earlier parts of hurricane season. And what could that mean for the future here? Could that impact the Atlantic hurricane season? Could that just mean that you know, just the tropics and the Pacific are just doing tropical things? We'll have to see. I highly recommend staying tuned to my channel. I'll be able to get you all of that information whenever hurricane season starts. Imagine a hurricane named Nate. I know, right? It's already happened, surprisingly. Surprisingly. Let's go back to the radar here. Let's go back to the radar. Should we go back to the cell here near Llano? Or Llano? Or Llano? Nah, let's go back to some of these other cells here in Mississippi. Oxford's now just about to get impacted here. So I know there was someone in chat that lived near Oxford. Highly recommend you guys get indoors now, because this storm's right on your doorstep. Look, I said that this thing could produce 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, and they updated the warning to potentially do so, and so still spot on with that in regards to all of that. But lot of storms here that are pushing on through with some strong gusty winds and even some spotty hail. So definitely need to monitor this as this continues to move on through. 100%. I would definitely want to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. Let's go back to... Let's go back to Shreveport's radar here. Let's go back to Shreveport's radar. And we're going to go take a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Arkansas. Because we do want to discriminate for the most part. Got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We got 12 of them in effect as of right now. We're going to try and get as much information out as possible. What is an HP supercell? HP stands for high precipitation. And precipitation is just basically rain for the most part. Well, that's what it mainly implies as, but rain falling from the sky. So, yeah, that's what HP stands for. High precipitation supercell, which means that there's a lot of rain and you can't see anything as to what's happening structurally. So here's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Bradley, Calhoun, Ouachita, and Drew counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so the top of the hour here. Golf ball-sized hail is possible with this, and golf ball-sized hail can break windows. I've seen it happen on camera, live. Golf ball-sized hail will break windows. And, you know, for most of you all who may just, you know, who don't believe me, think of it this way. I'm sure most of you all have seen those epic fails online of people who play golf. They tried to hit a golf ball, but instead it breaks a window. Same characteristics here. They're moving at that same exact speed because they're literally falling from the sky. And so, could easily damage cars across the board. And with golf ball-sized hail, you do not want to be outdoors in some of these storms. This will hurt you, most likely. So... that severe thunderstorm warning, highly recommend you stay indoors. Here's another severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun and Ouachita County. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, $half sized hail with this. There actually was reported $half sized hail in Camden earlier. So the potential for some severe conditions is possible with this cell. But I think it's more or less going to be near the Jersey, the Hermitage, and the Morro Bay areas. I think that will most likely be when you guys will get your massive severe conditions for the most part. So we're going to try and load a shape file here of the different roads. What is the best weather radio? A WR300. Or at least, that's what I use. WR300 is what I use. Import. That should be good, I think. There we go. What is an LP supercell? The opposite. HP stands for high precipitation, so LP is low precipitation. That is storms that typically storm chasers want to go after, and they try to chase so that they can see structure and what all is happening with the storm. So that's what LP stands for. Large hail with this storm, as I said, near Jersey and Hermitage. I'm going to actually take storm motion for morning to try and be up to date a little bit more with what exactly is happening. But yeah, large hail. You can see some of these oranges and reds that can indicate 2.5 inches, 2.5 inch size hail that's possible with this storm. So areas near Jersey and Hermitage, as well as Hampton and Harrow, heading off towards the Morro Bay, the Ingalls, and the Vic area, could potentially see some large hail with some of those storms. And I'd highly recommend you get indoors as that continues to move on through. Highly recommend. What's HP again? High precipitation. Jeez. Sam Krauser with a $4 super chat says, geez, this has been the year of the 5%. Well, I mean, to be fair, last May we didn't have anything, so. But 5% chances for tornadoes typically are the most notorious for sleeper storms. If you think of it this way, you had the Ashby EF4 last year that formed under a 5% chance for tornadoes. We now have a tornado warning in Mississippi, what people are saying. So we're going to go over to Mississippi and see if that's the truth. It might be the cell here near Oxford, and yeah, it is. So new tornado warning here. This is for Lafayette, Union, Pontotoc, and Marshall counties. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live anywhere near Eta, near south of New Albany into the Ingomar, the Thaxton, and the Ecru areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can clearly see right here, this is where the hook would be, right on the northern end of the bow echo. That's what I talk about for the most part on my streams, is that there typically are bow echoes right here that have some strong surging gusty winds right within the back part of the line. So right within the rear flank downdraft creates a lot of gusty winds, and right on the northern end, you could potentially see some counterclockwise rotation right within this area, and that is indeed what we see here. So right within this hook, right within this general vicinity is where the tornadic rotation would be. So this will be most likely heading off and toward the Eta areas, the Eta areas. And as I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, especially if you're along State Highway 30 and areas along State Highway 355. A lot of activity here that's surging on through here. If we take a look at the velocities, I'm going to take a storm relative velocity to be able to determine as to what the velocities are most likely going to be like. And so here we are. You can see the reds are the winds that are moving away from the radar. The greens and grays are the ones that are moving towards. So right in the middle, right about here is where, geez, my Epic Pen is not helping me out at all today. So right about here is where the tornadic rotation is going to be. So if you guys live near Ada, I'd highly recommend you guys get indoors because a potentially strong storm that's surging on through right within here. So if you guys live near Ada, if you guys live near Thaxton, Ingomar, Ecru, you got to get into your safe space here. So let's get some timings out for you all. State Route 30, it'll be impacting your area within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I highly recommend you guys get into your safe space right then and there. It'll be heading off then towards the State Highway 55 area in about 15 minutes. So right within that general vicinity. That's when you guys need to get in. That's around the time in which you got to get into your safe space, or should be in your safe space by then. Because if you think of it this way, what I'm talking about is when this storm will be over your area. So when I say you have 5, 10, 15 minutes, that's not a lot of time. Let's be honest here. Time goes by pretty quickly, and that's when those storms are literally right on top of you. So all the more reason why you guys should be underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, by the time these storms get to your general vicinity. So then it'll be passing over State Highway 55, as I said, 15 minutes from then. Then it'll be heading off towards the Hurricane Road area. The Hurricane Road area along State Highway 346 in about 20 minutes. So 15 to 20 minutes. That's right around the time in which this will actually head off through your general vicinity. So all the more reason why you guys need to get into your safe space. Get helmets, get pillows, wear shoes and stuff like that. That way you guys may be able to actually respond accordingly to these storms because you do not want to be impacted by this 100%, especially if there's debris that is lofted into your house. The potential for, debris to be flying into your general vicinity is possible if a tornado is on the ground. So as I said, all the more reason for you to take this very seriously, take your proper precautions as this moves on through. So, Ada, Thaxton, Ingomar, Ekru should be in your safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Oxford and Abbeville, you guys are out of the risk. These tornadics, the tornadic part of the storm has passed through you already. Denmark, you are most likely out of the risk. Areas to the north near Potts Camp, Hickory Flat, and Myrtle, you guys are also out of the risk. Anywhere near Interstate 55 and west of that, or actually north of that, I should say, towards Memphis, you guys are out of the risk for the most part. But as of right now, this general vicinity here, near Ada, near Thaxton, Ekru, and Ingomar, south of Myrtle, south of Hickory Flat, here in Mississippi, you guys are not out of the risk. %, you guys are not out of the risk. Let's see. Let's go back to the cells here near Fort Polk. They're starting to move on through. Still a lot of strong gusty winds with the cell near Browndale and Brookland, as well as Pineland. A lot of strong gusty winds here for the most part, as well as a large hail. You can see how wide the hail actually spans within the storm. A lot of hail with this. So I'd highly advise most of you all, if you are here near Browndale, Toledo Bend, heading off towards Leesville, and even DeRitter. This isn't going to be impacting you right now, but I would highly advise you all to monitor these storms. Within the next hour, this is when it'll most likely move off into your general vicinity, as this continues to move on through. A couple other severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. I want to go back to the cell here that is getting closer and closer to central Texas. We still have that report of tennis ball sized hail with this cell that's heading towards Loyal Valley. You also have a hail spike with this, so it's still producing large amounts of hail near Oxford and Loyal Valley here in Texas. So we really have to watch out for the storm as well, because, as I said, tennis ball sized hail falling from the sky easily will damage cars and break windows across the board there. So 100% something that you guys need to monitor as this continues to surge on through. Definitely a situation that you do not want to be a part of. 100%. But this looks to be more of a hail threat. These storms go up to 50,000 feet up in the sky, so really going to want to watch out for this. Question, is a tornado real or fake? Oh, it's real. Most of us have even seen one. We even saw one earlier on today, so a lot of activity for the most part. Let's go back to the tornado warning here in Mississippi. Is Cleveland, Tennessee in the clear tonight? Your husband has to deliver there and is now stuck there till tomorrow. Let's take a look here in a second. But yeah, we still have a tornado warning here. As I said, this is for Lafayette, Marshall, Pontotoc, and Union counties. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live in any of these counties, I highly advise you to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So that way you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And it still looks like it has some tornadic rotation here. It definitely looks like it's a lot more of a gusty wind threat. A lot of surging winds down to the south of the actual tornadic rotation. So it looks to be a lot more of a surging gusty wind threat, more or less, that's pushing on through. But a lot of activity as this continues to move on through. So someone asked if Cleveland, Tennessee is going to get impacted. Later on tonight, you're going to get a lot more scattered thunderstorms near the Chattanooga area. But it's not going to be as intense as what's happening right now. I'll say that much. So that's the good news. But a lot of strong gusty winds here that are south of the actual tornadic rotation. So Denmark, Thaxton, Toccopola, geez. Pontotoc, you guys could also be impacted by some strong gusty winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour, as well as quarter-sized hail, but there is still a little bit of rotation here that is with this storm. So regardless if you're in a tornado warning or not, I'd highly advise you all to get indoors, because some very strong supercells could be moving on through that could be producing some strong gusty winds and stuff like that. Is Birmingham okay? Yeah, everywhere in Alabama is fine right now. You guys are expected to get some some weather later on tonight, but everywhere that's not in this risk here for severe weather on the Storm Prediction Center, everywhere that's not in a dark green, a yellow, or an orange, you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. If you're in this bright green right here, today you guys are going to be fine. But if you're in the dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you're in the yellow, you're in the 2 out of 5. And if you're in the orange, you're in the 3 out of 5 of what you're expected here for today. But it doesn't seem as if, well, it looks like these storms are starting to push on through past the orange. They're starting to get into these yellows right around here, which means that the risk is starting to deplete a bit more and more. So if you're in places like, say, Georgia, areas that are not in northwestern parts of Alabama, you know, further on through into like eastern parts of Tennessee, further into the Ohio River Valley, guys are not exactly going to expect a whole lot of intense storms. How are supercells created? Depends. If there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere, a lot of warm air rising and cold air sinking, then you can have supercells that can form. We call that CAPE, convective available potential energy. So as long as there's a lot of CAPE and not a lot of limiting factors in the atmosphere or capping inversion, or CAP as we like to call it, then you'll get storms that will form, most likely. Severe weather can happen in the general thunderstorm risk, so it's best to monitor. That is true, but I'm going to cover areas that are most likely going to have higher chances of being impacted rather than areas that are, say, in a general thunderstorm risk. But general thunderstorm risk is in a 0 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, more or less. You're just wondering if tornadoes are real or fake. Heard could be man-made tornadoes, actually power cities. That is not true. Tornadoes are very unpredictable. So, what are the chances for tornadoes in Denton, Texas tomorrow? Not high at all. We'll take a look at the risk for severe weather tomorrow here real quickly. So you guys are in a marginal, but your tornado risk is 0. You do have a risk for hail, though, but your tornado risk is below 2%, or near 0. Will there be anything in the southeast tomorrow? Depends upon where you live in the southeast. So if you live in Florida, around like Pensacola, you guys have a chance for tornadoes. Small chance. If you guys live here in, say, southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, into Louisiana, you guys also have a chance for tornadoes, but it's a small chance. Actually, if you take a look at the categorical outlook, anywhere in this dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5, and then if you're near San Antonio and Del Rio, you guys have some magic again with some large hail that is expected within your general vicinity. So, yeah, a lot of activity there. How is an updraft created? Same thing as how supercells are created. Warm air rising. Well, your updraft is your warm air rising. Actually, if you Google it, Nate, the Theo Foundation actually announced 3 new grants, including one startup company harnessing the power of atmospheric vortexes. That would probably be windmills. That's the only way you can harness it, is windmills. You can't just drop something and say, oh, I'm gonna get the energy that it produces. That's not exactly how that works. But you still have a lot of activity there across the board. Could have something. Now, I know I just gave an oversimplification as to how the weather works, and I'd have to probably go into detail as to how it works a bit later. But, yeah, that's basically what happens. NAH, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do live analysis like this whenever the severe weather gets bad. So if there's any severe weather over in your general vicinity, and I'm live streaming it, you know, I'll be there. But if I'm not live streaming it, then you can assume that it's not going to be entirely bad. So, that's the good news there. Let's take a look back at the tornado warning here. Still, same thing as I have mentioned before. Tornado warning for Lafayette, Union, Pontotoc, and Marshall counties. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The actual tornadic rotation is now passing near Ada. It's just to the south of Ada, actually. So if you're near State Highway 355 or areas along Hurricane Road on State Highway, I believe that's what. I can't see what the highway that is. Well, just Hurricane Road, if you live along Hurricane Road near Ecru and near Ingomar, as well as Pontotoc, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Myrtle and New Albany, you guys are in the clear. If you're near those areas, you guys are in the clear of this tornadic storm. If you're near Denmark and Oxford, you guys are in the clear, although you guys are getting a lot of gusty winds for the most part, so I highly advise you all to get indoors. But from the actual tornado, you guys are in the clear. Areas near Toccopola. Jeez, I cannot pronounce these to save my life. Yeah, Toccopola. If you guys live around those areas, highly advise you all to get indoors. But I think you guys are in the clear for tornadic rotation for the most part. So a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through 100%. But a lot of strong gusty winds with this storm here. I'm going to outline where the strongest gusty winds here according to velocities are. Put it back to reflectivity, and you can see that actual outline here according to the rain. This general arcing motion, which shows that there's a lot of strong gusty winds that are in behind this storm. Right behind this bow echo, if you will. And that's a lot of activity here. Southeast chances for tornadoes. At soft T Panda. There we go. Yeah, a lot of people are still kind of realizing that I got over 11,000 subscribers. So yeah, as I said, thank you so much to all the people who have supported my channel. I really do appreciate it. Brian Chase with a $10 super chat says, "Hi Nate, happy Mother's Day to all the moms in chat." Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the people there, who are mothers and all stuff. You know, without your guys' support. Yeah, I'm speaking for everyone when I say this, but without your guys' support, us idiots wouldn't continue to do the stuff that we do. But yeah, thank you so much to all of you mothers who are out there. You're near Thaxton. It looks and sounds horrible. Oh yeah, that's the strong gusty winds that are surging on through your area. Don't think it's all too tornadic at the moment. So I think it's going to be a lot of strong gusty winds that are surging in behind your general vicinity. But the rotation in itself is right near Ada, heading towards Ingomar and Ecru. So we'll have to watch out for these storms as this continues to surge off. But yeah, I think your gusty wind threat right around Thaxton, Tucapola, right within that general vicinity, could see some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts easily. One thing that I do want to mention here real quickly is that this the general motion of this storm is actually heading towards Tupelo. And Tupelo, about a week and a half, actually was under a tornado emergency. We were covering that live here. And so areas near Tupelo could be impacted by these strong, severe storms as well. And we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But yeah, we were covering the tornado emergency that was moving on through near Tupelo. And so for all the people who were there, but there we go. Yeah, that's not the real James Spann, everyone. But yeah. Yeah, we still have some strong gusty winds that are surging on through with these storms. And we definitely will need to watch out for this. And so I don't know. Boom. This person in chat is like, hey, will I get some tornadoes? And then they say it's the southeastern part of the US. And I'm like, it's very hard for me to say if you're going to get something because it's a pretty broad area. Southeastern United States could be Florida, could be South Carolina, could be Georgia, could be Alabama. Yeah, I don't know exactly where that is. Tornado warning got canceled. Figured as much. A lot of strong gusty winds surging on through. That's the reason why I said it's more of a gusty wind threat. Is there any way that we could tell how big the hail could be like? Should it be small hail or life-threatening hail? Yeah, the maximum expected hail size right here tells us. Eastern Texas? Yeah, let's go check on Eastern Texas here real quickly. Yeah, where in the southeast? I don't know. It's pretty vague, you know what I mean? Jeez, that strong gusty wind here. Look at Eastern Texas near Jasper. So north of Jasper, near Farsville and Berkeyville. Heading off towards Evans and Burr Ferry, as well as South Toledo Bend. Look at this massive bow echo here. That's stretching throughout this entire general vicinity. So some strong gusty winds that are surging on through behind this cell. A lot of strong gusty winds. This is a very powerful bow echo. And why I call it a bow echo is because, as I said, if you go back to how I was describing as to how radars work, they send these beams out and then they reflect back. But if you think of how another way to word how they reflect back is it's almost as if it's an echo. Similar to how if you were in a cave and you were to scream, you know, echo, and it would come back to you. So that's what the radars do. That's why we call it an echo. So that's why you hear me say hook echo, bow echo. That's exactly what it's called. And so if you were to draw, you know, this curling motion here within the storm, and if you were to basically draw a line between the two ends, it almost looks like a bow and arrow, doesn't it? So, very strong bow echo here that is in eastern Texas moving on through into Louisiana. A lot of strong gusty winds. And, you know, the reason why we, how we can determine as to what, you know, this thing is currently doing is if we look behind here, all these winds are surging at the center of the bow echo. So right at the peak of the bow echo is where we can see the strongest area of winds. And so that's the reason why I say it's a very strong gusty wind threat that's right here in Farsville, Berkeyville, right within that general vicinity. Now, the one thing that I do want to watch out for is the potential for something tornadic on the northern end of the line. Because what happens with bow echoes is that once you have the strong gusty winds that are at the peak of the actual storm, they can fan out in two directions. They either go left or they either go right. And so if they go to the left, they fan around and then they come back in again, and they create this kind of counterclockwise rotation. And counterclockwise rotation favors tornadoes. Now, the other one, if it goes off to the right, it forms clockwise rotation, but that does not favor tornadoes. So that typically dies out. And that's the reason why, if you actually look here on the bow echo in itself, you can actually see that the bow echo actually curls sharper over here rather than when it goes down here compared to it curls down normal just like this. So it curls a lot sharper up towards the top rather than towards the bottom. So we got to watch out for something tornadic up to the top, as always, but a lot of strong gusty winds here. You can see these bright greens and these bright blues indicate some wind gusts and upwards of 60, well, actually just regular winds at upwards of 60 miles per hour, maybe even over 70 miles per hour as wind gusts, but a lot of activity here in eastern Texas. And this is going to head through towards DeRidder and Leesville within the next probably hour. It'll more or less impact DeRidder more than it'll impact Leesville, though. That is one thing I can say for sure. But yeah, areas near Dallas is in the clear. Dallas is not going to be impacted here today. Not going to be impacted here. But you still have a lot of strong gusty winds that are pushing on through with this storm. And actually not an hour anymore. The updated track just made it so that within the next 30 minutes you guys can see something. So that's fun. So a lot of strong gusty winds here in this green that are indicating that you have a lot of strong winds moving towards the radar. These reds are winds that are moving away from the radar. But you have a lot of strong gusty winds here that are moving towards the radar. A lot of strong gusty winds. So we really got to watch out for this. 100%. San Antonio? Well, San Antonio as of right now isn't getting a whole lot. There's a severe thunderstorm that's kind of heading off into your general vicinity, but there isn't really a whole lot that it's doing right now. So that's the good news. But San Antonio, as of right now, seems to be kind of out of the risk, so you guys are good. What's your question, Bradley? You don't have to ask to say that you have a question. You can just put it in the chat. As I said, if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe, as well as turn on notifications, because I upload videos every morning for the most part. Unless if I've got something going on. But yeah, I do live analysis for severe weather whenever it gets bad. So if you want to stay tuned for whenever I do all that, feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications for my videos that I upload in the mornings. 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 10 o'clock Eastern. That would be greatly appreciated. If you guys also want to join my Discord server, feel free to do so. We always have a link in the chat that goes around. Let's see if I can find it here. See if I can find it. There's my Discord server link. So if you want to join my Discord server, link is in the chat right there. What radar system do I use? This is GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then after the free trial, it will shut down. Unless if you purchase a key, which is $250. But you can use it on as many computers as you want, and you can customize it however way you want. And so... if you want to do so, feel free. Just make sure you guys accept the terms of service by reacting to the oh wait, the thing broke again. Of course it did. Give me a second. I'm gonna allow you all to get in. Stuff like that. I really gotta fix that. I'm not gonna lie. Not exactly helping here. Boop, boop. Give me 2 seconds here as I try to give people access as to what all is happening. Do that. I'll do this. I think we fixed everything. So I think everyone's good. Or everything is good. But yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds that are surging here with this storm. You can see how this has actually unfolded over the past couple of minutes. And a lot of strong gusty winds that are pushing on through into the Farsville area, as well as the Burkeville area. So we really need to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through. Let's go back up towards Tupelo. And the cell is really starting to knock on the door here of Tupelo. We got the same situation, massive bow echo here. Massive bow echo with some strong gusty winds surging in behind this. And so, just near Pontotoc, maybe south of Tupelo towards Verona and Troy, you guys could potentially see the strongest amount of gusty winds that'll move on through. Most likely that will be the case for you all. So if you live over there, highly advise you all to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure. Sturdy structure is probably the best case scenario for you all. At least that would be my honest opinion as to what all you guys should do. So sturdy structure. Don't go outdoors. And might even be a chance for some tornadic rotation near Ekaru still. So it'd be like right behind the actual tornadic rotation. And this is what I was talking about here. Or not behind the tornadic rotation, right behind the strong gusty winds. And this is what I was talking about. Your strongest gusty winds here are near Pontotoc, but then it fans out either to the left or to the right. And the areas, whenever it goes to the left, it always creates tornadic rotation. When it goes off to the right, it doesn't, because it's a lot more, not exactly all too intense. But still, we got a lot of tornadic rotation that's off to the north of this strong gusty wind threat that's heading off into Tupelo. So if you live in Tupelo, highly advise you all to get into a sturdy structure. There's a place file for live feeds for chasers, spotter, network affiliated video feeds. I would get that, but unfortunately I cannot show that here onto YouTube, or else I'd probably get struck down on my channel. Let's see. But yeah, there's a lot of strong gusty winds that are approaching Tupelo in itself. So we really have to watch out for this. We're even getting some pixels that are upwards of 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour, but this is saying 60 mile per hour wind gusts here, so probably not all too intense. The differential is there, and there could be some amounts, some wind gusts upwards of 66, maybe even 70 miles per hour. Maybe 70. How's the weather doing? Weather's pretty intense right now. Got reports of damage earlier. Trees and power lines across the board. So a lot more activity here. Lot more activity, I will say. Discord server is great. Glad to hear it. A lot of people in the Discord server. I'm actually curious, how many people are in the Discord server? We've got 1,070 members in our Discord server. That's pretty insane. So, yeah. I mean, if you want to continue, if you want to be a part of a massive Discord server, feel free to do so. Do I think Central Mississippi is going to get anything severe later? They definitely could. But it depends upon where in Central Mississippi. Like, if you're near Jackson, yeah, you definitely could get some severe weather. Definitely could. I want to talk about these storms here that are approaching Monroe and Shreveport and Vicksburg, stuff like that. A lot of activity here for the most part. Some strong gusty winds that are possible. So it's now approaching El Dorado. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. So if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, as I said, highly advise you all to get indoors. Sturdy structure. That way you don't get pelted by hail and you don't run the risk of getting impacted by trees getting toppled, as well as trees getting toppled or power lines getting knocked down and stuff like that. Jeez. Could not figure that out to save my life. Lexi, what's up? What's up? What's up? Excuse me. I wanted to try and look at this here real quickly. I want to take a look at something. All right, there we go. Nothing too much. You're in Rankin County by the airport? Oh, well then that narrows something down here. That narrows it down. Give me a second. Yeah, you guys most likely could get some severe weather tonight. So, yeah, I would watch out for this. Anything for Bartow County tomorrow in Georgia? There's the possibility for you guys to get something, but nothing too significant. It'll be a relatively small risk here for the most part. Relatively small risk. Let's go back to the cell here that's approaching DeRitter. We still have this massive gust front here that's surging on through. So I'm actually curious here, chat. If you guys are willing to bear with me here, If you're willing to bear with me here. Louisiana traffic cameras. If you guys are willing to bear with me. So there isn't a camera near DeRitter. Is there a DeRitter Skycam? I'm trying to see if there is. Downtown DeRitter, courtesy of KPLC. Oh, interesting. On the police department radio tower. Okay, so let's see. Can I see the camera? Or no? Click here if I'm unable to see the sky camera. I want to see the sky camera. Please let me see the sky camera. Can I take a look at the storm south of Nashville? Your mom was just curious about it. Yeah, why not? I'll bite. I'll bite. So the cell south of Nashville, near a Pulaski, has a severe thunderstorm warning for it. Doesn't seem to be a overly intense severe thunderstorm. Just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and less than quarter-size hail. So really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. But it just does seem to be more or less a strong gusty wind threat that we're going to have to watch out for. So here's the radar and how it translated over towards Pulaski. You can see how the storm has progressed throughout. I don't know why there's so long of a loop. But this is the line of storms right here that really start to get severe, and then boom. That's when stuff really starts to become... Never mind. What the heck? I don't want 250 frames. I want 21 frames. There we go. Jeez! Save my life. Alright, there you go. There's the strong storm that's pushing on through. We're definitely gonna have to watch out for this as this moves off. 100%. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be all too tornadic. It just seems to be the same thing. Bow echo, gusty winds. Maybe something tornadic on the northern edge, but nothing really too insane. Oh, it's coming soon. It's 2021 and they posted this in 2016. Is it really coming soon now? Is it? There's DeRitter. So you can see those storms in the background for the most part. All right, so we're gonna put one sky cam over here to the side. There we go. Supercell west of Warren, Arkansas. Jeez. Did Petro get something? Here's a video of the Munford, Tennessee cell. Oh, he retweeted this. So that's pretty cool. Pretty gnarly looking storm. But yeah, that is a tornado and a half that kind of just surged on through there. Indeed, indeed. All right, so now we're going to try and take a look here at the Mississippi traffic cameras here. Get this over to the side. Stop it. Anything coming towards Lenoir City in Tennessee? I mean, there's the chance for something, but I'm not counting on it entirely. West. That's not helping. Did it already hit Tupelo? No way. Yeah, we already have storms that hit Tupelo. Well, that's... Oh, no, wait. We have scattered storms out in front of it, so we can't see anything. Bruh, that is stupid. Actually, you know what? I think the DeRitter camera is actually out. So we can't see anything. This is not exactly the best day for traffic cameras here today. Not exactly the best day at all. We're gonna look south. You know, that's not that bad. Not that bad of coverage. We'll switch to video here. And we'll go full screen. We'll take a look at this. So this is looking south. Strong storms are going to be coming from this way. A lot of lightning here too. Holy crap. Actually, let's exit out of this. Switch to west. A lot of lightning with these storms. A lot of lightning. New severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. This is from Mississippi and Alabama. So another severe thunderstorm watch, which now includes places like Vicksburg and Jackson. Not sure if we'll be live streaming that far out. But there's still the potential for some severe weather here, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So a lot of activity here, to say the least. Look at that lightning strike that just fired off. Ooh, south gives us a good image here. Not a bad image of what's happening south, but I don't think that's probably the best thing to look at. So let's see if we have anything west. Not what I wanted to see. Yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot of good images here of what all is happening west, are we? Are we, chat? Look west. Switch to video. This was the camera that we used to see if we had a tornado in the tornado emergency cell. There we go. There's the camera being played. So a lot of strong gusty winds with this for the most part, but not too much. Not too much. So we'll look back at that there in a second. We'll take a look back at the cell here that's approaching DeRitter, because I know I have a couple people who live over here, and they're probably wondering what's going on. So first off, if you know anyone who lives here in DeRitter, I'd highly recommend telling them to get indoors into a sturdy structure. And if they don't believe you that the storm is coming on through, then share this live stream with them. I will definitely tell them as to what all is happening. If you guys have any pictures of these storms and stuff like that, feel free to send them to my Twitter. Just by, you know, posting a video and then adding me at Nate_Snyder. This is some pictures of the damage here near Drummond's. And look at that, a lot of tree damage. Trees actually uprooted here. How saturated the dirt was so that the roots actually came out of the ground. That's pretty intense right there. And you can even do what this person did here, take a video of the tornado, more or less, instead of getting into their safe space. I still appreciate Tyler anyways, but yeah, adding me at Twitter here. And showing me the picture of the tornado, clear tornado that was on the ground too. Absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, pretty crazy to say the least. Really crazy to say the least. So I'll have my Twitter open here on the side for people who want to send me some things. And we'll definitely continue to watch out for that, for these storms. You can't call a 5% chance for tornadoes a bust, to be completely honest with you. You really can't. Yeah, no, just this day has been really crazy for the most part. Talk about tomorrow's threat. Tomorrow's threat for severe weather is very sporadic, but the worst area of severe weather is localized. So you can see here in this dark green. Dark green represents a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. The yellow represents a 2 out of 5. So this is near DeRidder. And, well, not DeRidder, I'm sorry. DeRidder's getting the other storms here, but they're still getting, you know, 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale tomorrow. This is near Del Rio, and this is near San Antonio. So the threat for severe weather exists for you all. Large hail is possible. You have a 15% chance for severe weather, plus a significant severe risk, which could indicate that you have a 10% chance or greater of 2-inch size hail or larger within some of these areas. So a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through. But we only have a 2% chance. So a 2% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. So a 25-mile radius. But yeah, that's the risk for severe weather tomorrow. Tornado, was it today? Yeah. No, that footage that we had here, that was a tornado that happened today. So is Southwest Oklahoma good for the rest of the evening? Yeah, Oklahoma, areas near Dallas is going to be good tonight. There's not really going to be a whole lot that's happening. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate it. But yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds that are now surging through towards DeRidder and Leesville. A lot of strong gusty winds. 100%. I mean, just by looking at this this radar imagery, you can see clearly the strong gusty winds that are pushing out at the center part of the storm and how it fans off all the rain to the left and to the right. So just by looking at that, you can see that the top of the bow echo is right where the strongest winds are. And a lot of activity here, to say the least. Am I going to be able to go over, am I able to go over the hail core for Denton again tomorrow? Well, I might not be live streaming tomorrow. Probably won't be live streaming because there's not a whole lot that's happening, in my honest opinion. But yeah, my requirement to live stream is either a tornado watch, a 5% chance for tornadoes or above that I actually think could do some things that could impact people, or a moderate risk for severe weather. That's my requirement to live stream. So if it does one of those three things, then you can assume that I'm probably going to do something. Unless if, you know, I can't. I got something to do. Then, yeah, that's obviously possible as well. Let's go back over to Mississippi here. Let's go back to Tupelo. And these storms are now starting to push on through, but I said the strongest amount of gusty winds will be south of Tupelo towards like Shannon and Okaluna. This will be heading off towards the Armory and the Big B areas, even eventually towards Quincy. So this will be well north of Columbus, but a lot of strong gusty winds that are surging on through here, 100%. Could have gusty winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour, maybe even 70 in some spots. But I'd say 60 miles per hour is a safe bet. And some spotty hail in upwards of quarter size is also possible. But as of right now, this is the threat here for severe weather. We got strong gusty winds and some spotty hail. Not really a huge tornado risk, but the threat is definitely there. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do analysis for severe weather whenever it does get bad. By subscribing, you actually help out my channel. So that would be greatly appreciated. If you like the content, please be sure to like the live stream. That would also be greatly appreciated so we can get this live stream out to more people's recommended feeds. So that way we can try and warn more people about what all is happening here. We're getting reports of a penny-sized hail now, just south of Pontotoc, north of New Hulka. So, penny-sized hail there. Go back to Fort Polk here and DeRidder. And yeah, strong gusty winds that are now heading more or less towards Fort Polk and DeRidder. It's actually going to be heading like in between Fort Polk and DeRidder. That's where the strongest gusty winds are going to be at. So yeah. I'd definitely watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Will there be large amounts of severe weather in May for Dallas-Fort Worth area? I mean, it has the potential to do so, but probably in regards to large potential, probably won't be until like the end of May. Mid to end part of May. But yeah, strong storm that's moving on through here near DeRidder and Leesville in Louisiana. For the tornado in Tennessee earlier, was it a PDS? No, it was not. No, it was not. It doesn't really matter if it was PDS or not, in my honest opinion, because the tornado warning was still issued anyways. Is that a hail core heading towards Dallas and Gold? This thing over here? Hold up. This thing? I mean, it is, but it's like 5 hours out, so this thing could probably die prior to it hitting Dallas. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Am I going to be up all night again? No, I'm probably going to end the stream here within the next hour, something like that. Because these storms are just really, just more or less severe. It's not exactly all too tornadic. Although that cell up there near Tishomingo looks like it could be trying to do something. So we'll have to watch out for that. A potential tornado warning here soon. But yeah, this looks to be a lot more severe than tornadic. I want to take a 3D of the cell that's heading towards the Ritter. Because we'll be able to see, look at this bow echo first off. I mean, look at this. Perfect arc right here. Perfect arc. Very strong gusty winds that are surging in with this. So very strong storm that's moving on through. But I want to take a 3D of this. I want to take a 3D of the cell. And that is a strong bow echo that is surging on through. Holy crap. That is a bow echo and a half, chat. You can see the fanning of the winds, or the fanning of the rain and the clouds out in front of it, so you can see how it's, the ventilation is out in front of these storms. But you can see the actual updraft holding up most of these, most of the rain and the precipitation within this. If we go to the isosurface, we can actually see that right within here. Look at how much rain is being held up. If I go over to the side, you can see the rain is actually tilted like this. And the reason why it's tilted, I'll get a yellow here. The reason why it's tilted is because there's actually air that's holding this rain in place. And so that's the updraft that's holding this rain, building it to where it could be either heavier amounts of rain or hail. And so there is a lot of strong gusty winds that are surging on with this. Lot of strong gusty winds with this storm. Very intense storm that's surging on through here. So that's our 3D that we can see of this storm right now. And whew. Do I agree that Dixie Alley is the new Tornado Alley? Yeah, I'd probably say so. I'd probably say so. Honestly. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting supercell, or not even a supercell, a bow echo that is really surging on through here. A really interesting bow echo. That is potentially producing a tornado here. Yeah, something that could potentially become tornadic here soon. Would not be surprised if we saw a tornado warning, actually. Yeah, we could potentially see a new tornado warning here along the line, because the actual rear flank downdraft is now starting to surge out. And you're seeing, as I mentioned, the ventilation, whenever the winds surge in behind this, my goodness, Epic Pen keeps wanting to fail here today. So the winds either can go one of two ways. It can either go to the left, or it can either go to the right. Whenever it goes to the left, it favors a bit more of something to be tornadic. And so we have a little bit of an appendage right within here. Little bit more of a hook right within this general vicinity. And so definitely something we're going to have to watch out. I just did a 3D of it. Just did a 3D So we're not doing that again for a little bit. But yeah, this, whenever it ventilates to the left, that tends to favor a bit more of a tornadic development right within here. And yeah, that's 100% something tornadic that could be forming off in front of this line. So right within here, could easily see something, or potentially something brief. Maybe a funnel cloud of some sort. But yeah, a lot of activity here. Sam Krauser with a $5 super chat says, in your opinion, in my opinion, June 16th through 18th, 2014 was the last big plains outbreak for a bit. I mean, it seems as if the plains itself is starting to deteriorate a little, and it's starting to become a bit more to where the wind patterns are shifting east. So that's what I'm noticing based off of analogs. But we'll watch it. We'll see. Tishomingo, a lot of crazy activity here that's pushing on through your general vicinity. A lot of strong gusty winds. The potential of something tornadic is possible as well. So we're really going to have to watch out for this. But yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds here to say the least with these storms. Where is the dew point? You mean what is the dew point? Dew points in some of these areas are, I believe, around, what, 70s? 70s, if I remember correctly. This also could be something tornadic that's happening around here. There's a hook right within this general vicinity. So we're going to have to watch out here, just to the south and east of Tupelo. Something tornadic right within that general vicinity as well. So we're going to have to really watch out for these storms as this continues to unfold. But a lot of activity with this severe thunderstorm warning for Chickasaw, Union, Pontotoc, Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties here in Mississippi. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with that one. But definitely could see something tornadic here with this. Got a hook right within that general vicinity. So we're really going to have to watch out as this continues to unfold. I want to take a look back at the cell here in Central Texas. Near Fredericksburg. A lot of reports of golf ball-sized hail. A lot of reports of golf ball-sized hail. Ping pong to golf ball-sized hail across the board. That could easily dent cars, break windshields, break windows in general. So there's a lot of activity with this cell here near Fredericksburg. Nate got flashbacks trying to pronounce Chickasaw. Well, there's like a Chickasha, and then there's a Chickasaw, and I'm like, what am I saying? What is right here? You know, because I don't, even though I don't live in these places, still want to try and be correct. Let's take a look at this supercell here. First off, you can see the hail spike clear on 3D. Big hail spike right within this general vicinity. So here's your hail spike. Means that the velocities are going to be altered with, which means that the only thing we can use this radar for is the rain and hail. But pretty bonkers storm that's moving on through here near Fredericksburg, and it's heading further south. So we're gonna have to watch out for this as this continues to unfold. But a pretty intense cell here. I'm gonna take a look at the isosurface, and your hail core actually extends to about 40,000 feet. So that's how high the storms are actually throwing up the updraft is actually throwing up the larger amounts of rain and hail into the atmosphere. And that's where all the hail is starting to be collected, right around 40,000 feet, and then it just drops. So pretty intense right there, and a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Gillespie, and Kendall counties, which will be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is possible with that. How's central Louisiana looking? Well, Louisiana right now, the only areas that are really getting impacted is DeRidder and Leesville. But central Louisiana, like near Alexandria, down towards Lafayette, you guys are relatively calm right now, although Alexandria could possibly see some strong storms here relatively soon. Within the next, I'd say, hour. I'd say maybe a little bit less than an hour is when I can start seeing you guys get some pretty pretty strong storms. New tornado warning in Arkansas. Sheesh, what is this? All right, new tornado warning here. This is for Ashley and Morehouse counties. Well, actually, it's Ashley County in Arkansas, Morehouse Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's pretty crazy. I'm going to try and see if I can see the velocities, the rotation here, and I cannot. So what I'm actually going to do here is if this is radar indicated rotation, I'm going to take a bet. I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to move Little Rock's radar over to Jackson, Mississippi. I'm going to move Little Rock's radar to Jackson. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to move it to Monroe. I'm going to move it to Monroe's experimental radar. And we're going to take a risk here. We're going to try and see if we can find this storm that's tornadic. But yeah, as I said, if you live near Crosset, if you live near Beekman, White, Bonita, Jones, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, well, we can see the rotation here, clear as day on the experimental radar. And yeah, that is a tornadic storm here. Doesn't have a debris signature here, so that's the good news. But we definitely have some tornadic rotation with this cell here. Clearly see the hook wrapping around just like this. The inflow coming in a bit unimpeded. So right about here, just to the south of Crosset, is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you guys live anywhere out in front of these storms, I'd highly advise you all to, as I said, take your proper precautions, get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can get... yeah, there we go. So yeah, we're using the experimental radar right here. The radar that's out of Louisiana University, I believe. Well, University of Louisiana Monroe, I should say. University of Louisiana Monroe. And we have clear rotation right within this general vicinity. You can see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So areas along near State Highway 133 and areas further along towards areas near Camp, Ashley Road, as well as areas further along down to... There's so many Ashley Roads, my goodness. So anywhere along Ashley Road, south and east of Crosset, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So, State Highway 133, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. The velocity's just updated, and it seems to be gusting out a lot more. A lot of strong gusty winds out in front of this storm. But the rear flank downdraft is actually going in behind the storm and is creating a lot of strong gusty winds. So the inflow notch is still present. You can go back to the base reflectivity, and you can see here's your inflow notch still. You still have that prominent inflow notch, but it's the rear flank downdraft is really surging around and creating more of a gusty wind threat. So not exactly all too crazy with this with these velocities, but it's definitely more or less a gusty wind threat within this area. So that's the good news. It doesn't seem to be as tornadic as it was, but still a lot of still a tornado warning here within the cell. So we need to watch out for this. But I don't see a whole lot of rotation here at the surface with this. As I said, we're using the radar here in Monroe, the experimental radar. And we've got some decent amounts of rotation, but it's just not all too... doesn't exactly look all too insane here. But some strong gusty winds that are surging out behind this. So that is the good news here. That is indeed the good news with this storm. Let's see if we can use the radar from San Angelo. And move it over to Jackson here. So we're not going to move it to the experimental radar. We're going to push it to Jackson here. See if Jackson's radar says anything different. Went to Hagerstown, Maryland. That's pretty cool. I drive by Hagerstown, Maryland a lot. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do live analysis like this whenever severe weather does get bad. So if you guys want to see more severe weather analysis, please be sure to do that. And feel free to like the live stream, share it with friends and family, and on social media. It's going good, JMJ. How about yourself? What about Antioch? Let's see. Where is Antioch to say released here? I'm assuming this is in Alabama. So Antioch, Alabama in itself looks to be going to get some scattered storms later on tonight, but I don't think it'll be all too significant. So I think you guys should be fine. Or I think you guys should be fine for the most part. We still have a little bit of tornadic rotation with this storm. We're looking up higher than what the Monroe radar is saying. So I'm kind of half and half with the structure of this storm. But it definitely looks like there is something tornadic here. Or it's trying to become tornadic. But we'll have to wait for the next scan here from the experimental radar to see for sure. Could I check Tutwiler in the Clarksdale area? Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. Clarksdale, Mississippi. That's a bit further back over there. Let's go over to Columbus Air Force Base. That's the closest radar we have here. So Clarksdale, you guys are getting a lot of scattered storms. There's a severe thunderstorm warning south of Clarksdale near the Duncan and the Shelby areas, as well as near Rome, Drew, and Mound Bayou. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that, but otherwise, a lot of scattered storms across the board here for the most part. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing here in Clarksdale. You meant Antioch, Nashville? Well, that makes sense. Give me a second here. Yeah, because there's so many other towns that are named the same. So, Nashville for you all. Let's take a look here. New day one convective outlook is out, so it's probably issued a slight risk then. Most likely issued a slight risk. So Nashville, David had to leave now, so watch this get popular. I've had, quite a lot of people here watching me for the most part. I'm not sure how many people David had in his live stream, but I had, what, 900 people watching me at one time here this stream? Something like that. Excuse me. I gotta pop my back. There we go. Pretty big pop. And pop this. Why can I not pop my other part of my back? I don't know why I can. You subscribe? Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, let's not do politics in the chat. That's not the best way to go here. Not the best way to go here. Not gonna lie. We still have this tornado warning here for Ashley County in Arkansas and Morehouse Parish. So we still have something tornadic here, but it's really something that we're gonna have to watch out for as time continues to move on through. Enhanced risk has been removed, and the 5% tornado risk has majorly been shrunk. Oh boy. Room tour. We're probably going to do the room tour at the end of May when I get my actual when I get my new keyboard in. So I know a lot of people were like room tour at oh geez. I know everyone was like room tour at 2,000 subscribers, and we're at 11,055 subscribers. But we're gonna get a room tour probably at the end of May when I get my new when we get a new when we get our new keyboard. And you know, to add on to it, we'll also do a car tour. Stop stalling? Well, I mean, now I was gonna do a room tour before, but then I realized that, you know, all the funds that you guys have been giving me, I could easily make stuff better for my channel. So that's what I decided to do. That is what I decided to do. All right, let's show you all what's most likely going to be happening for later on tonight. So here's the models. If you want to know what time is happening and all that, look off to the left-hand part of your screen. That's in Eastern Daylight Time, so you're going to have to subtract it by 1 hour in order to have an idea as to when all this is going to be happening. But these storms are really starting to kind of fire off through, push off into this general vicinity of Tupelo, as most of you have already seen. So storms have kind of fired on through. Then it'll be just kind of consolidating into this messy line and heading off into Alabama and even parts near Jackson at around more or less 1 a.m. in the morning. But there's a lot of thunderstorms here that are kind of just still pushing on through. And even near DeRidder, a lot of activity around your general vicinity. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Check the storm north of the Columbus radar. Yeah, this, I've actually been watching this. Maybe the potential for something tornadic here. Definitely have some strong gusty winds here that can easily produce some embedded rotations along the line. Your quick spin-ups, similar to how a hurricane works with its outer bands. So you got a lot of activity here, to say the least. And really going to have to watch out for this. 100%. Heavens to Betsy, fell asleep for 3 hours. What's up with the Apple thing? The Apple thing was apple-sized hail in Texas and stuff like that. But yeah, we could potentially have something tornadic here. Maybe a new tornado warning for this cell that's near Hatley and Smithville. But we're going to have to watch out for it. Definitely a quick little spin up within the line. I do not see a debris signature here, which is good. All that's inflow right there. But there's definitely a lot of activity here. Got recommended to my channel from David's live stream storm coverage. Well, we do similar things. So, yeah, obviously we have different personalities, but Yeah, we do severe weather analysis whenever weather does get bad. My criteria for me to live stream is either a 5% chance for tornadoes, a tornado watch that has been issued, or a moderate risk. And we also do videos every morning, 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys want to be up to date with all of my content as well, feel free to do so. It has timestamps so people can look at specific things as to what I talk about throughout the video, which I feel like is a lot more helpful to people who actually want to see, you know, like if they want to know about when these storms are happening, but like not how it works, they could easily skip on through that. So, but yeah, lot of action you'll see on this channel if you stick around. Where's Becca Lynn? She was here in the stream earlier. She had to go tonight. She was in the stream here earlier. Where's the tornado warning going? Let's go back to the tornado warning here. I want to check Monroe's radar, see if anything is updated. And it kind of updated. You still got some strong gusty winds that are surging out away from the storm. So it's definitely not as intense as it once was, I'll say that much. New mesoscale discussion concerning the severe thunderstorm watch. Large hail, wind threat is expected over Texas. Severe threat is not expected to move to southeast. Situation will continue to be monitored. So basically, areas that are in a severe thunderstorm watch right now will stay in the severe thunderstorm watch, and anywhere around that probably won't see a whole too much out of it. Yeah, if you guys are new to the channel, and you're trying to figure out why we are live streaming, we had a risk for severe weather here today. Apple-sized hail was possible. But we also had a tornado in Tennessee. And we had some people that was actually showing us some footage and stuff like that of what all was happening on Twitter. Which, by the way, if you guys ever have any footage that you have that's around, you know, like say you're seeing something outside, feel free to send it to me when it's safe. Because, you know, I don't want you guys to be, like, outdoors and stuff like that, and this stuff is, like, happening. You know, you guys could potentially get hit, but... You know, if you do ever have something similar to what Tyler had today, then feel free to go on, feel free to @ me, @ Nate_Snyder on Twitter. Send me that footage, and I'll be able to show it to you all as to what all is happening. But yeah, that was a clear tornado that we saw earlier on today. Is Baton Rouge going to get hit? Probably later on tonight, maybe even to tomorrow. So, Apple, what a bad analogy, but that's what happened. There was even baseball-sized hail that happened. Like, literally, there's hail the size of baseballs in Texas. So... that's the reason why we live streamed here today. Indeed, indeed. But yeah, if you want to follow me on Twitter, feel free to do so. I'll put the link in the chat for you all. That way you guys may do so. But yeah, that's what we are expecting here. Or what we were expecting here today. There we go. Just had to do something here to this side. But yeah, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Still have that tornado warning off to the side. What happened to Memphis, Tennessee? Memphis, Tennessee was still getting that some tornadic stuff, but wasn't really doing a whole lot across the board after the tornado. I think hurricane season will be a lot worse than tornado season. Well, I mean, typically it is because it's a lot more widespread, if you will, when hurricanes make impacts. Unless if you have a super outbreak. But yeah. A lot of fun stuff over there. Which, by the way, guys, I just want to inform you all, as I said before, we are going to most likely be storm chasing hurricanes this year. You have family in the tornado warning in Ashley County. Can you go back to the debris signature? Well, there isn't a debris signature at the moment, but this is just to the south of Cressette, south of Hamburg. So if your family is near areas along US 425, I highly recommend to tell them to stay in their safe spaces or a safe structure. But this is where the storm is at. A lot of strong gusty winds for the most part, but it's currently passing over US Highway 425. But if you're near like Cressette, near Hamburg, Mist, Montrose, Portland, and Parkdale, as well as Wilmot, you guys should be fine. But yeah, we will be storm chasing hurricanes this year. We're going to live stream that on YouTube here, so we'll be able to see what all is happening. And if you guys want to stay up to date with all of that, feel free to do so, because we will be doing it. What program am I using? I'm using GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then it shuts off after the free trial unless if you purchase a key. The key is $250, but you can use it on as many computers as you want. You can use it on use it on as many computers as you want. You can customize it. You can add stuff. Pretty cool. When's the next big tornado day? Probably the end of the next week. Well, probably the end of this week, I should say. But yeah, we're going to be trying to storm chase hurricanes this year. We're going to try. If we can, we're going to be driving our car down. We're going to put a weather station on top of our car. And yeah. We're going to try and chase it. See what we can do. Excuse me. I am curious, though. What about South Texas? Southern Texas probably won't get a whole lot of stuff. Well, it depends upon where you are in Southern Texas. If you're in San Antonio, you guys might have the chance for this storm right here. This rogue thunderstorm that has casually produced tennis ball and golf ball sized hail, as well as had the potential of producing softball sized hail. So, you were in Katy, Texas during Hurricane Harvey? Bruh. Yeah, Hurricane Harvey was pretty monstrous. Have any of you watched Jeff Pachowski's storm chasing live stream or his video when he was chasing Harvey? That was absolutely insane. Do I think storms are getting worse the last few years, or has the coverage just changed? I think the storms have been impacting more people rather than less. If you take a look at some of the storms here, for the most part, with how many tornadoes we've had, we've actually been below average for tornadoes. So I think more people are starting to realize this, and it's starting to impact a lot more people. That's what I personally think. The last EF5 was in 2013. Yes, it was. That was May 20th, 2013. Florence, are you talking about Florence, Mississippi? Florence, Mississippi in itself most likely will be impacted later on tonight after midnight. Florence, Alabama, however, let me take a look, will most likely be impacted right about now. So let's take a look and see what all you guys are getting. So Florence, starting to get out of the risk here for the most part. A lot of strong gusty winds south of this. A lot of strong gusty winds. Actually getting reports of trees down in Tupelo. At least the grill wasn't on fire, though. At least the grill near the grill in Tupelo was not on fire. So we don't know if it was a violent tornado in Tennessee. We just know that the debris signature was about a mile wide, and the tornado was smaller than the debris signature. You still count El Reno as an F5 in your books? You can't do that because, you know, if there was... The EF scale is off of damage. You can count it as an F5, as just a regular F5. But an EF5, no, can't do that. Where in Tennessee? It was off near Atoka, Tennessee. That's where the tornado was. Let's go back to Jackson, Mississippi here. Take a look at this tornado warning storm. It is going to expire in another 30 minutes. It's moving down to the southeast at 25 miles per hour. So it's a very slow-moving storm. But it's starting to get enveloped by its own rain, and it's starting to die out, so really kind of just depleting more and more and more. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe. We are 25 subscribers away from 11,100. So can we get up there? I hope we can. Get us closer and closer to the end of the getting closer and closer to the our goal for the end of May. So really gonna have to watch out for that. Dr. Greg Forbes stated himself he still counts El Reno as an F5, even though I didn't hear him say that. But even then, you know, he would probably say F5, not EF5. A violent tornado is there. Just this description is amusing. Is there such thing as a peaceful tornado? A peaceful tornado struck western Tennessee earlier this afternoon. Well, a violent tornado would be something that does damage, significant. Peaceful tornado, you know, isn't really peaceful, but there's tornadoes that, you know, produce only 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts for a short period of time and doesn't do a whole lot of damage. So it's not exactly like all too violent per se. Like, if you were driving 80 miles per hour on the interstate, would you be saying that you're driving violently? Most people wouldn't, because most people drive 80 miles per hour on the interstate. And they wouldn't say that they're driving violently. But if they were driving, say, 115 miles per hour, would you call that violent? I would say that would be violent. Forbes said that based off of Doppler radar, which was 300 mile per hour winds, which, you know, Doppler radar within that area, yes. You know, there was a Doppler on wheels within that general vicinity. But the only thing about it is that you can't use the EF scale for wind. You have to use it based off of damage. That's the only thing. Now, we all know that it has the potential for it to become an EF5, but it probably would have been an F5, but an EF3. You know what I mean? So a lot of strong storms here for the most part, but not a whole lot of severe warnings. So right towards the end, right when the storm, I have a feeling this tornado warning is going to expire here pretty soon. But yeah. You're using an old Vegeta scale. I'm talking about like the new, I can't exactly say new Vegeta scale, but the Vegeta scale, the one that got updated, that doesn't include scales up to 12. I'm talking about the 1 through 5. But yeah, the Vegeta scale, F5. Yeah. So the storms here in Louisiana kind of just straight up died. Not gonna lie. The storm that we were talking about that went through DeRitter, still producing some strong gusty winds, but not a whole lot of activity here to say the least. So, yeah, it's not like we can say a whole lot about this, but yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds across the board. Lot of strong gusty winds here across the board. Alrighty. Well, actually, I might end the stream here in a couple of seconds. First, I kind of want to, get some sleep. Not gonna lie. Anyone know what the Native Americans did during tornadoes? I've got no clue. No clue. Probably do what I would do and pray to God. Yep, no problem, Alan. No problem. Just as I said, I'll live stream whenever I think stuff could get bad. Now, I don't want to live stream like too early, because if I live stream, too early, then it's not exactly a build up. It just kind of is just like, all right, nothing's happening, sitting here. All right, it's boring. You know what I mean? We're going to want to live stream right before stuff starts to kind of ramp up a bit more. And so, yep. What does Northeast Louisiana look like for tonight? Give me a second, Tammy. So Northeastern Louisiana, if you're in Shreveport, further north to like Benton, and just areas all the way up along US Highway 71, you guys actually look like you're starting to go into the clear, but you might have some rogue thunderstorms that might move on through. But if you're a bit further to the north and east of that, this is northwestern parts of Shreveport. If you're in northeastern parts, like Bastrop and Monroe, that's when you start to get into the potential of some severe weather. And I'll play the loop here for you real quickly. You can see the general direction of these storms as it moves on through. So I'll place the storm track right here. Totally in with the $5 super chat says, hey Nate, thanks for the stream. Predictions on late May. Where do you think storms will head to? Plains, 100%. You might still see some stuff around the deep south, but Plains magic right there. Classic May soon. But yeah, you can see how these storms are really just starting to kind of push on through. And places like Monroe, Rayville, Bastrop, Farmerville, really going to start getting impacted for the most part. And they'll be impacted within the next couple hours. The closer and closer you get towards I-20. Place settlements at junctions of rivers to protect themselves from tornadoes. Jeez. I didn't know that. Excuse me. How about Chaser? Let's see what's happening over there. I got a song stuck in my head. Chaster or Chester? I only see Chester here. Don't see any Chasters. What's the weather in Sweden? Let's see, shall we? Davis live weather. Let's see what's happening in Sweden. Alright, so the temperature in some of these areas is 53 degrees Fahrenheit, which would be around, say, what? 10 degrees Celsius? Something like that? 10 degrees Celsius? But this is like towards the southern part of Sweden. Like further north, you know, you guys are starting to get towards 0 degrees Celsius. But like maybe around 10 to 5 degrees Celsius here in southern parts of Sweden. Especially Stockholm. Stockholm, you guys are getting a little less than that. Probably less than 10 degrees Celsius. And then if you're in areas further south, like right near Denmark, that general vicinity, well then you guys could potentially have temperatures in upwards of maybe, what, 15 degrees Celsius? Something like that. So, will there just be thunderstorm and rain in Atlanta, Georgia? Most likely. Risk is starting to deplete significantly. Significantly. Love how there's the little marginal risk here in New Mexico and Texas. But yeah, a lot of gusty winds and hail for the most part, and a small chance for tornadoes. When will Harrisburg, Pennsylvania get storms? It's been so boring. I know, right? It's been pretty boring for me, too. I hope stuff gets active so I can start chasing again, but I'm saying the end of, well, beginning of June for us is when stuff can start to ramp up. Be a tornado threat in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's see, I'm looking for tomorrow. And, nope. You guys should be alright. It'll just be gusty winds and hail. Excuse me. Yeah, PA gang right here. Alright. We're gonna look through Twitter here again. See what all people have sent us here. Into the Storm EF6. Bruh. Stop. Into the Storm was a weird movie. Last night's hail, it was pretty cool. Bonkers, dude. Got a lot of followers here on Twitter. 622, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, we're gonna take a look at hockey. Yo, this guy plays hockey. Monka S, dude. Pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at the radar here one more time. Tornado warning got canceled, as I figured it would. Bunch of stuff got canceled. Weakened to below severe limits, so yeah, we're gonna probably start talking about ending the stream here really soon. So we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 flash flood warnings. But yeah, we're probably gonna end it here soon. Theodore Johnson has officially became a weather enthusiast for the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. Appreciate it, my friend. I really do appreciate it. So you have now officially sponsored the channel. This person gets special emotes in the chat. I'll go ahead and show the emotes. The "In the Nam We Trust" followed by the emote with my face just basically distorted. Baby Cell, Justin Tucker of him missing a field goal. Radar Man, although we'll probably change Radar Man here soon to something else. Pout face of some anime thing, which will probably change as well. And then a okay buddy emote of me just looking like... So yeah, those are those emotes. And then also gets a badge for however long the person sponsors for. You also get shout out at my the end of my live streams. And well, end of my live streams. No, I'm sorry, end of my videos. And then at the in the live streams, there's actually like a scroll text below this. So below this watch thing, there's actually a scroll text that's under it. That's where the blue thing is supposed to fill in for. But I didn't fill it in today. So yeah, you'll have your name on that during those live streams. So yeah, if you want to become a sponsor, feel free to do so. It's just right under the like button down below. If you on full screen, there's a join button. You can be able to do so. That'd be greatly appreciated. And all the money, as I said, that I get from my from YouTube goes back into the live stream, or it goes into the stuff that I do with weather in real life. Where's the flaming grill emote? You know what? That's actually a pretty good idea. We're gonna do that. Let's see. Yeah, no. I looked at it. The Into the Storm thing. I looked at it. It goes to Ravens tickets. Imagine. My father actually pays for the Ravens tickets and stuff like that. Because we both like to go to Ravens games. You're trying to do a $500 super chat for your great work? Don't do a $500 super chat. If you want to help support my channel, just like the video and subscribe and stuff like that. Share it with friends and family. And if you're going to, contribute money and stuff like that, I highly recommend, you just sponsor the stream. Me with a $1 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. And then, yeah, if you want to do super chats, it's the money sign, stuff like that. But if you're going to support me, I highly recommend you guys like the live stream, share it with friends and family, and just, subscribe. So if you stay up to date with my channel, that's all I need. Yep. So as I said, subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications because I'm uploading a video tomorrow morning, updating everyone as to what all is happening with severe weather. And then like the live stream, share with friends and family, share my channel with other people here on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated. Share it with friends and family as well, if you think they would enjoy it, obviously. And yeah, follow me on social media, join my Discord server. All the links to that will be in the description down below. And we should be good here for the evening. We are 13 subscribers away from 11,100 subscribers. So we are growing. Pretty cool to say the least. All right, that's going to be it for me here today. I need to stop saying if you guys did enjoy, because we already told you all to do so. Yeah, anyways, that's going to be it for me. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. I'll catch you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.